What the hell happened to me?
Jumpy, are you alright?
Hey, what are you two doing?
Come on, are you coming?
What do you mean to do to us?
Try using your brain first.
All of the cards are in.
Holy shit, this is nuts. Let me show you.
It is time. I've talked about this series for much too long without actually talking about it. Let's get into it. Zero Escape is one of my favorite series of all time. This started as a set of visual novels that released originally on the Nintendo DS with 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors in December 2009 in Japan and November 2010 over here in the West. This series spans across 3 games, and I want to talk about the first one here. I've mentioned how Xeno has fundamentally changed my brain chemistry. But this game, I would not be a writer if I had not come into contact with this game. I was in high school when I encountered this game, and my second novel, Telos, began originally as a fanfiction of this game. This game, I have so much that I want to talk about. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, or 999 as I'm going to colloquialize it for the remainder of this video, is a visual novel / adventure game developed by Chunsoft before they merged with Spike. You know, the developers of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and Danganronpa. Helmed by Kotaro Uchikoshi after joining up with Chunsoft to develop a visual novel that would reach a wider audience. Now, I've talked about how much I admire this man's work in my series on the Somnium Files, but I will waste no breath by repeating that his body of work is some of my absolute favorite in this field, bar none. Before this release, he has worked on the Infinity series of visual novels with developer Kid before their bankruptcy, and I still want to talk about these guys sometime soon, so I'm not going to go into super detail here. But this is, I think, where he really hit his stride. It was because this game created a cult fandom that really took off here in the West that allowed not one, but 2 sequels, especially when that second sequel is all but considered dead due to the lack of interest. Nowadays, he's living big after having some pretty big success with his follow-up series, the Somnium Files, which again, I've talked about my love for at length, and now he's working with Kazutama Kodaka of Danganronpa Acclaim for a new title headed to the Nintendo Switch in April of 2025, titled The 100-Line Last Defense Academy. But for now, we'll steer our focus back to 999. Now, for this video, I want to cite the Zero Escape Wiki for housing the massive compendium of information with which I'm using to help make this video. Absolutely awesome work here, done by the talented people who have archived all of this information. If I'm talking about something not of my own personal experience or from my own gameplay, you can assume it's come from here or some form or fashion. That being said, I would advise great caution browsing this wiki unless you are caught up on the story of the series, as there are many spoilers here that can and will catch you off guard that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Now, onto the game itself. Developed by Chunsoft before they merged with Spike, this game originally released on the Nintendo DS. It was given a port to iOS, where gameplay escape from elements were removed, and it added an extra ending, but this ending doesn't really matter whatsoever, and this port is now defunct, so this will be the last mention of it in this video. 999 was remade alongside its sequel for PS4, Steam, and Xbox One in 2017 in a package titled The Nonary Games. This added voice acting and redid the art alongside other spoiler changes we'll talk about much later. The footage I'll be using for this video come from this version of the game, but I will be talking about the DS version for some things later on. So, I've been talking about this game for a short bit now, and now that you've seen, it's just stuff outside of the story. Now, let's get a quick synopsis going so we can establish a bit of a foothold. The story follows protagonist Junpei, who was abducted and placed aboard an empty, sinking cruise liner along with 8 other people. The cruise liner resembles the RMS Titanic, a ship which killed over 1,500 people in the early 20th century. The 9 people are forced to participate in the Nonary game, a death game which involves numbered bracelets, small bombs in each player's stomach that will detonate and kill them if they disobey, and exploring the ship and solving escape the room puzzles in order to survive and escape before they drown in 9 hours. Throughout this, we have multiple endings that are determined by your choices throughout the story, as you investigate further to find out why you and all the others were kidnapped. There are 6 endings one can reach, but there is a recommended order in which to experience these endings and a true ending at the end. That is to say, you're fully able to experience this game in any order you like, and you will enjoy the story if it's your vibe. But the order in which I'm going to talk about it is what I would consider to be the best route. Because of this, we're actually going to be disregarding one ending entirely, but I'll talk more about that when we get to it. Colloquially, the fans have given code names to these endings to help make talking about it easier without giving spoilers on them, but I think that even the code names are a little bit too much if you're bringing them up in context as someone who hasn't experienced anything about it, so I'll just be referring to them as endings 1 through 5, and after the ending is achieved, I will reveal its code name. So with that all set, the last things I want to talk about before we go into the story itself are some of the people who worked on it. I've made mention of director and writer Kotaro Uchikoshi, but a writer alone does not make a game. Kino Nishimura is here on character design, and honestly, amidst the various art styles the series has had throughout its lifetime, it's right here that I think it's the strongest stylistically, and this is including the character designs. We'll be talking about these guys in depth a little bit more, but I just wanted to showcase them because I really love their looks. Oh boy, next up is a heavy hitter, Shinji Hosoe. He's the composer of the entire series, and this game's work here is one of my favorite video game soundtracks of all time. It is so unique and fitting to the story itself. I've been playing his tracks in the background of this video, including many of my past Explained videos. Lots of those songs I used to play in Ben Drowned Explained. Zero Escape, baby! Hosoe's style is peak perfection. Also, he co-composed Xenosaga 2, so based. On November 1st, 2027, Junpei, a normal college student, awakens inside of a small locked room that looks like the inside of a ship's residential cabin. Upon gathering his bearings, he realizes that the window in the room is burst open and is flooding in water. Without a second thought, he discovers that a metallic bracelet with the number 5 on the electronic display has been affixed to his wrist. Junpei is forced to escape the room by means of solving puzzles within it before the room floods. This is what brings us to our first segment of gameplay, the escape room sections. It is through these sections we are given free rein to explore our environment, however contained it may be, and gather items that Junpei can use to solve the various puzzles around him. If you're a fan of games like Myst or the Nancy Drew games, I have a feeling you will like the gameplay of this game. The puzzles are very well designed and engaging to the environment that you're in. Also, it is here I have to explain one key feature I've yet to bring up. So, this game is half visual novel, and I've brought this up before. The game was originally designed for the Nintendo DS. And as such, how it was designed as a visual novel used both screens to its advantage. In the Nintendo DS version, the top screen would have character dialogue, including inner thoughts, be displayed. It is here we'd also see through Junpei's eyes for what we're interacting with in the environment, and the bottom screen would include the narration, anything to show to the player what Junpei is doing, interacting with, etc. That does not include anything he himself is saying or thinking. During puzzle segments, both screens will show the environment you're exploring, with the actual acts of gameplay taking place on the bottom screen, where tutorials and the like will be shown to the top screen. It's a pretty clever use of space given the development environment, and I've not seen other visual novels, even ones that have released on the DS and 3DS, have done. The Nonary game's release obviously has some major complications with this setup, as they are available to play on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox One, all devices notable for not being a Nintendo DS. In the Nonary game's release, we have 2 separate modes built into the game that you can swap between on the fly. This is Adventure Mode, which emulates the top screen's dialogue and inner thoughts style of story conveyance, and Novel Mode, which displays the text similar to most recent visual novels, and how the bottom screen acted in a screen conveyance. Here, dialogue and inner thoughts are also portrayed in the format the narration was in the original game, so you're not losing out on the dialogue when choosing novel mode. However, this is not the same with adventure mode. You will lose out on seeing the narrative detail in most instances. There are times where narration is required to continue the story, so the game will force a shift to novel mode, so that you know what is going on. But in most cases, you are able to play in the adventure mode style and fully understand the game's story. The characters do a really good job of letting you know what you need to know. My preference is for the novel mode for specific reasons, but the easiest of such being that you just get more detail. The description in this game is very notable, and I highly recommend A, that you do check this game out yourself, and B, that you do so on novel mode whenever possible. Now, with all of that aside, I'm going to be showing footage of adventure mode because it is the cleaner of the two visually to show information in an easy to grasp manner, but that may not always be true. I've beaten this game numerous times in this version and have seen both ways fully through, so do as I say and not as I do. Okay, back to adventure. During this escape segment, Junpei comes across a few keys of differing colors, which match to similar colored suitcases. They seem to be locked with 4-digit codes, of which can be found on 2 pieces of paper which have symbols plastered across them, each card containing 2 blue shapes and 2 red ones. This here is pretty simple. The blue shapes are the first card, and the second card will combine together for 4 shapes in total, same with the red. Those shapes align with numbers found on the back of this photograph of the Titanic that Junpei can get to by using a screwdriver he's found to undo the screws of the picture frame. Using this code and these shapes, we can deduce that the code for the red briefcase is 7485, and the code for the blue briefcase is 0263. However, before we talk about what's inside each suitcase, we actually have to rewind real quick to where Junpei actually found the red key in the first place. It was attached to the full-length mirror here next to the bed, and in it he sees his own tired reflection. It is in this moment his last memories before being kidnapped rush back to him in a wave. He was headed home back to his college dorm, where he was incapacitated, using a gas, and then abducted by an unknown person in a gas mask around midnight. He remembers the person made mention of him playing a game while he was putting his life on the line, the nonary game. Remembering this in tow, Junpei is more motivated than ever to get out of his current predicament, and inside those briefcases he finds 2 sets of numbered cards, numbered 1 through 3 and 6 through 8, as well as a file that explains the concept of digital roots. A digital root is where you have a number with 2 or more digits, and you add together the sum of those digits until you get down to a single digit. For example, the number 123 is a 3-digit number, and its digital root would be 1 plus 2 plus 3, so 6. Some numbers have digital roots you need to break down twice, like 57. 5 plus 7 is 12, which is another 2-digit number, so you continue then to do 1 plus 2 equals 3. So the digital root of 57 is 3. This is going to be an important idea that is going to crop up a lot moving forward, so keep it in mind. Speaking of, it's actually how we're going to get out of this room. See, there's a door with a big old red number 5 painted on it, with a keycard scanner right beside it. We got some keycards in the briefcases, so I think we just scan the cards and we're home free, right? No. So actually, we have to take the cards that we got and only scan the cards which make a digital root of 5. So here we can take the cards 1, 6, and 7, as that'll lead us to a sum of 14, where 1 plus 4 equals 5. Cha-ching! We're free, baby!
Ow! My head. Wait, is it over? Whew. That felt too much like being flushed down a toilet. Damn. Well, better than drowning, I guess. Am I in a hallway? Oh. A door. Another door. Damn this water. Ugh. Let me go. Oh, yes, it opened. What? What the hell? This is the inside of a ship? Well... yeah, that's what I thought. This is totally a... wait, what the hell? A wave? Oh, shit! Shit! Okay, I gotta get out of here. Sea deck. B deck. Hurry! Hurry! A deck's next. What? People. A lot of people.
Junpei escapes to the upper decks and encounters 8 other people, who are also fixed with their own bracelets with unique digits. And it's here where I'll be going over the other characters now all at once. For ease's sake, I'll also mention that upon meeting up with these characters, everyone collectively agrees to go by code names, as they are unsure if whoever captured them is aware of their families, so they don't want to give up their real names just in case. I'm going to be using their code names in most cases, and you'll understand why in a second. First, with the number 1 bracelet is a man going by the name of Ace. He's an older man, generally described as a lion, and notably he shares a voice actor with Ziggy from Saga. He's got a bracelet that shows a 1, and his codename comes from the value of an ace card. He's charming and affable, generally a voice of reason amongst the group, during confusion of when everybody meets up. He looks to be in his 50s, if not late 40s, and he is voiced by Richard Epcar, and other notable voice roles outside of Ziggy from Saga are Ansem from Kingdom Hearts, Gaius Fen Belsair from Final Fantasy XIV, and Wolhart from Fire Emblem Awakening.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Next up with number 2 bracelet is a young man going by the name of Snake. Snake is a man a little older than Junpei, and is described as a prince. He's reserved and definitely seeming to have an immense wisdom about himself. He seems the least likely to jump to conclusions, and this might be due to the fact that he's blind. His codename comes from dice, as snake eyes are what you get when you roll 2 ones. He finds humor in the added commentary about his lack of vision. His voice actor is Taliesin Jaff, who appears on Critical Role, the notable D&D podcast. He is also Thancred Waters from Final Fantasy XIV, and is Bruno/Navarre in Fire Emblem Heroes. Coming up with the number 3 bracelet is Santa. Santa is fucking brash and quick to dash out the hella swear words when he's upset, but he's not necessarily a bad guy. Usually the first one to crack out a joke, but he's also the first to call a situation like it is. His codename comes from the Japanese word for 3, being san, and his white hair being a little joke add-along. He's voiced by Sean Chiplock, who also voices Rivali, Reen Schwarzer from the Trail series, and Taka from Danganronpa, amongst many, many other roles.
Stop posting about
Legend of Cold Steel?
I'm tired of seeing it! My friends on TikTok send me, on Discord it's fucking... I was in...
Thor's Military Academy.
Right? And all of the channels are just...
Reem Schwarzer of Class 7.
I showed my second form. Damn! To my girlfriend. In the logo, I flipped it and I said, hey, babe.
That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding.
Coming up with the bracelet number 4 is Clover. Clover is a meek girl who is free-spirited and a bit eccentric. She's sensitive, prone to swings in emotion, and is usually stabilized by Snake, who is actually her older brother. Her codename comes from the 4-leaf clover, and her voice actress is Wendy Lee. She shares this actress with Miu from Danganronpa B3, Lynn from Fire Emblem Heroes, Warriors, Engage, etc., and Athena Sykes from the newer Ace Attorney games. Now, moving to our main protagonist, Junpei, as we saw before, has the bracelet with the number 5 on it. This is our boy. He's a college student. He's a generally well-meaning lad, but can pull off a well-executed pun if he needs to, generally intends to be the peacekeeper of the group. He wakes up inside the crew cabin and must solve an escape room to make it out before his room floods. He is voiced by Evan Smith, and other notable voice roles are Deuce from Monster High, and Zeno from the Trail series. He is not given a codename since June revealed his name to the group before they could settle on one, so he's just going to go by Junpei for the rest of the story. Kotaro Uchikoshi has stated that if he did have one, it would have been Penta for Pentagon, or Hand for 5 fingers. Next up is the character mentioned before for but a moment, she with the bracelet number of 6, June. June is also known to us, Junpei, as Akane Karashiki. She was someone he knew in childhood who moved away some time ago, and hasn't seen until this moment on the ship. We don't reveal her name to others, so she goes to the codename June, as it's the 6th month. Though this fact she feels awful about having revealed our name. She is the same voice actress, Raina Strober, as Emma Milstein from the Trail series, and Azura from Fire Moon Fates. Seven's codename comes from the number 7, as this matches his bracelet number. He's described as a mountain, and cannot remember anything about his identity, so 7 is just as well. His voice actor, Edward Bosco, was known for other roles such as Machias Regnitz from the Trail series, Shachi from the Master Detective Archives Raincode. Bracelet number 8 belongs to Lotus, after the number of petals of the flower, of course. She's a smart woman who's the most sensual of the group. She's not afraid to speak her mind, but also leads her to get into arguments with the more similarly brash members, such as Santa or Seven. She's got very Charla characteristics about her, if you get my drift. She's got a backbone and isn't afraid to show it. Lotus's voice actress, Valerie Arum, was the voice director for this title, and she's also voiced Naoto Shiragane from Persona 4, and Aurelia Le Guin from the Trail series. This ultimately leaves the 9th man, who carries this bracelet with the number 9. He's overly fidgety and largely silent while everybody else introduces themselves. He is voiced by Ken Clark, who, of course, we all know is most famous for his role as Freddy from Back at the Barnyard. Real talk though, he also voices Simba in Kingdom Hearts 2, and is also the canon voice for Malcorn from Fire Moon Fates. Now, we'll get back to him in a second, because he's about to become very naughty boy.
What?
What's that voice?
This is... that guy in the gas mask!
Hey, asshole! What the hell is this? Come on out here. I want to get a look at you.
What do you mean to do to us?
Nonary game.
What the hell's that?
What is he talking about?
Hey, there's something in my pocket. Check this out.
Hey, I got one too.
Then it would seem Zero has seen fit to grace us each with a letter. Would you mind terribly reading it to us, young man?
On this ship, you will find a handful of doors emblazoned with numbers. We will call them the numbered doors. The doors in front of you are a pair of the same. The key to opening these numbered doors are the numbered bracelets that each of you possess. Should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Only those who have opened the door may pass through. There are, however, limits. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. So this thing on my arm is a bracelet. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave this ship alive. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
There's one last thing I must tell you. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship has begun to sink.
What's your code name?
Code name?
What do you want us to call you? We all made up names. You should too.
I don't need one.
Why not?
Because I am not gonna stay here with you.
You've got some sort of plan?
I do.
Yeah? What's that?
You sure you want to know?
Yeah?
All right, let me show you. I'm gonna do this!
Hey! What the hell do you think you're doing?
Stay back. Ah! If you get any closer, I'll cut her open. Here, verify. The left. Look on your left. Do you see the device on the wall? Place your hand on the scanner panel, the round part.
What if I don't?
Are you an idiot? What do you think? I could slit your throat right now. I'll kill you if I have to. All I need is your bracelet. Just do it. Do it now.
Okay, I'll do it. Like this?
Good. Good. You're done. Next. You, right? You're the one with the #1 bracelet, right?
Yes, I am. So?
Then you're next. Just verify your number like this little brat did. What are you doing? Do it! Don't you care what happens to her?
Okay, just calm down. I'm coming over.
Now, verify.
All right, this is what you wanted, right?
Get back. No! Farther! More than that! Go all the way back!
Okay.
Wait, don't tell me. Thank God you were all so cooperative. Now I can get out of this nightmare. Good! I don't need you anymore. Wait! Here! She's all yours. Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then, goodbye.
Clover, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Damn it! That bastard! Open, damn it!
Shit! It won't budge.
Do you hear something?
Like, what?
Like some sort of beeping.
You're right. I can hear it too.
What is it? Shit! Why isn't it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Lied? This wasn't supposed to happen! This is wrong! This is wrong!
What is happening in there?
Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here!
Ah, God damn it!
Why? Why won't it work? Engaged? Is it because it's occupied?
Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him!
Currently where we can speak with both of them together given these numbers, so I'm going to go for the one thread we can pull on. As the group opens their respective doors, they have 81 seconds from the door opens until the bombs in their guts explode, so they have to register at the dead. Junpei's group finds themselves in the second-class cabins. This is actually an escape room split between two cabins, B92 and B93. How this works is Junpei and Jun vow to search B92, while Santa and Lotus search B93. With you as Junpei acting as an in-between, free to move between them at your leisure. So, story in these escape rooms are interesting, because it's usually given out in reaction to how you interact with the puzzles and its deeper elements. I think the easiest way to convey this is to bring up notable reactions characters have in regards to certain things. Notably though, outside of specific interactions, the most notable character interactions here are Jun and Junpei's first time to talk alone.
Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better now?
Yes, I'm fine.
Let me see your forehead.
Ah!
Guess it really has gone down.
Are you worried about me?
Yeah, I guess I am.
By the way, Jumpy? How did you end up here?
What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I?
There was a man with a gas mask when you got home at night. You inhaled some white smoke and passed out. When you woke up, you were on D-deck.
Damn straight.
But is that really the truth?
What?
Jumpy, are you hiding something from me?
No, why would I?
Well, if you think about it, this is awfully suspicious. I mean, why would two childhood friends bump into each other in a place like this?
Hey, I could ask you the same thing. Are you hiding something?
What would I hide?
Well, I don't know. Anything. I mean, you're hiding it. How would I know?
You mean like the number of men I've dated? Do you want to know? Don't worry. Only 18. Times 0. Yeah, I guess I just haven't met Mr. Right yet.
Yeah, I see.
Anyway, I'm not hiding anything. Just like you, Jumpy. When I woke up, I was on D-deck.
Well, you do have a point. I mean, why did Zero pick us? We haven't seen each other since elementary school.
I wonder. Look for what connects the victims. That will lead you to the culprit. Do you remember Seven saying something like that?
Yeah, I do. So?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think this must all have something to do with a classmate of ours.
You got any ideas who it might be?
No, nothing.
Oh,
Well, if it had something to do with school, then it could be one of our teachers, or maybe the principal.
or the janitor, or the lunch lady.
No, I can barely remember any of them.
Yeah, I know.
Seeing the map of the ship will cause June to recall some of Zero's words when he addressed the players on the central staircase. On April 14th, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into an iceberg. This causes her to wonder if there's some relation between the Titanic and the boat they find themselves in. The conversation can have slight variations depending on Junpei's choices, by him either suggesting the boat they're in is a replica of the Titanic, which will lead June to ask him if he believes in curses, or suggesting they may be inside the actual Titanic itself, in which Junpei suggests that the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic, and the Titanic were actually switched, and that the Olympic was supposedly dismantled in 1947. This conversation eventually leads into a discussion in which June casually mentions that the Titanic was sunk by a curse, but it inevitably leads to June telling him the story of the curse of the mummy of the priestess Amun-Ra.
A curse sank the Titanic. The curse of the Egyptian mummy. Supposedly, the Titanic carried the mummy of the priestess Amun-Ra, which was stolen from a pyramid. And they say that the mummy had a history. Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths. Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Those who open the coffin will be forever cursed. Haven't you ever heard that one?
So you're saying the Titanic sunk because of that curse?
That's right! That mummy, the priestess, supposedly, she was special.
What do you mean?
Well, supposedly, she was really pretty.
Pretty?
Yes,
But she was a mummy.
that's right. She wasn't all shriveled up or rotten or anything. She almost looked alive.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, it's that thing. I don't remember the name. Where your body turns into some kind of wax? Yeah? The fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right? And
Yes, saponification, but that's not what it was.
huh?
That's not it. She wasn't wax.
Then what was it?
They say that she was frozen.
What? Frozen?
That's right. The whole body was frozen solid. You know how a human body is more than 60% water? Well, all of that water was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic. Even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
That's crazy.
I think so too, but maybe it's true and we just didn't know about it before.
I didn't know?
Yep. Maybe it's common sense to eat shaved ice in the desert because it lasts forever.
Huh? Nah, that seems too silly to be true.
But maybe it isn't. It just appears that way because you didn't know it was true.
Well, yeah, ice that doesn't melt, even in the desert? Does something like that really exist? No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it?
Moving to the other room and picking up the plate in the display case, Santa will ask Junpei if he has a minute to talk. Santa explains he found a bookmark inscribed with a drawn clover, and he wants Junpei to hold on to it. Junpei retorts that Santa should keep it himself if he thinks it's important, to which Santa enters.
You know what I hate most in the world? I got 4 things. Hope, faith, love, and luck.
Hope, faith, love, and luck?
Damn straight.
And you hate these things?
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Not really, but what does a bookmark have to do with any of that?
Well, see, each leaf on the 4-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? And that meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like flower language. Well, I guess it's not a flower, is it? So, leaf language, I guess? Yeah, you could call them leaf words.
Leaf words. Hope, faith, love, and luck. The meaning of the leaves on a 4-leaf clover.
So, yeah, I want you to take it, okay? Just touching it gives me the creeps. Take the damn thing, alright? Here.
Now, this is a pretty significant choice in the game, given how much gravitas is being placed on it. I will not explain why for now, or which is the correct answer for these things, but let me explain the reactions anyhow. If you refuse to take the bookmark, Junpei will suggest that maybe Santa try giving the bookmark to Lotus. Santa agrees, saying, "Hey you old hag! I just found the perfect thing for a woman in her 40s. Just as Junpei went back to work, he heard bones breaking. He pretends he didn't hear the sound, and scrambles back to search the room. Now, if he accepts the bookmark, Santa will thank him, and explain once again that he hates the 4-leaf words because they can all betray you, adding that he dislikes the number 4 since it's a half-assed number, not the best or the worst. Just as Junpei is trying to make sense of this confusing explanation, Santa will ask him if he plays. Another branching dialogue choice here, and Junpei will ask whether he's talking about gambling, and if he correctly interprets the question as being about gambling, Santa will be talking about baccarat. And Lotus will soon join in, mentioning its rules, a reminder of the digital roots used in the nonary game, and then proceed to explain the number prefixes. Uni for 1, Bi for 2, Tri for 3, Quart for 4, Quinti for 5, Sex for 6, Septim for 7, Octo for 8, and Nona for 9, hence explaining the meaning of nonary. So we can take this further that the nonary game is a game built around the number 9. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, 81 seconds being the deactivation time, it's 9 times 9, so on and so forth. Now, if we guess incorrectly, and me ask if he's talking about playing the stock market, Santa will be surprised at his interpretation, but will also offhandedly comment that he indeed has played in the stock market before, and actually won a small fortune by investing in Cradle Pharmaceutical a few years back. Junpei says that he never heard of that company, but more than that, he is rather surprised, as he didn't expect something like that from Santa. However, further questions are cut short by Lotus, who insists they get back to work. Upon picking up the Mars key, Junpei will replace the picture that was hiding it, and wonder aloud what the picture is about. Lotus then reveals she saw this picture before on a book by Rupert Sheldrake on the morphogenetic field, which she roughly describes as a hypothesis proposing a mechanism for telepathy. Now, Rupert Sheldrake is a real-life person who is still alive in this current day. He is an English author and parapsychology researcher who is notable for his theories on morphic resonance. Fun fact, the musician Cosmos Sheldrake is actually this man's son.
Listen, oh ye families, to how the moral goes. Nobody knew and nobody knows how the papa was robbed of his twice 5 toes, or how the dawn came to on a luminous nose, or how the jumblies went to sea in a sieve that they rode, and came to shore by the Chacalibo where the bone trees grow, where the Jabberwocky small green tentacles do flow, and the Quangle Wangle plays in the rain and the snow. But have you heard the story of the rabbit in the moon, or the cow off the planet's fast rattling the spoon?
Santa laughs at anyone attempting a serious study of such a thing, and makes a joke about kids in the 1970s, but though Lotus seems to agree with him, she nonetheless finds herself interested in the topic. She then asks Junpei what the picture looks like to him, a question which he can answer in a multitude of ways. Now, of these, the most hilarious is the fan favorite meme, the Funya Rinpa.
A Funya Rinpa. See? I mean, this totally looks like one. Here and here.
What the hell is a Funya Rinpa?
What do you mean? What the hell is a Funya Rinpa? You mean you don't know?
How the hell would I know?
How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous. Oh, say you're sorry! Apologize to the Funya Rinpa! Goodness, you are such a rude woman.
Junpei, are you just screwing around? Forget it. I'm just gonna tell you. This is a dog. See? Like this.
So, now we know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us.
A TV show from Great Britain did an experiment once. They took two similar pictures. Both of them were difficult to identify, initially. But once you figured out the answer, you couldn't see it as anything else. These two pictures. The first was a woman wearing a hat. The other one, well, to make it easier, let's just say it was this picture of a dog. So, their experiment. First, they sent the picture to other parts of the world, outside the reach of British airwaves. To Ireland, the US, Africa, Europe, etc. Then, in each country, they gathered a number of test subjects, roughly 1,000 people. They were shown the two pictures and asked, what does this picture look like to you? The results weren't really interesting on their own. 9.2% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. 3.9% saw the dog in the dog picture. Then, 2 days later, they aired a new program on their show. During the 30-minute show, they broadcast the dog picture and its solution. The audience was estimated to be 200,000 people. After the broadcast, it was a safe bet that the number of people who knew the solution to the dog picture was at least that many. After another 2 days passed, they gathered more research subjects from areas outside the reach of British TV and radio. This time, they only found a sample of roughly 850 people. Naturally, none of them had participated in the first test. They were, however, given the same test and the same two pictures. The results were startling. 10% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. The previous test sat at a 9.2% success rate. Not much of a change statistically. The dog picture, however, produced a very different result. The percentage of people able to successfully find the dog, it went from 3.9% to 6.8%, a very significant increase. So do you understand? Do you realize the significance of this experiment? There was no way the second group could have seen the picture. They lived far away from Britain and couldn't have seen it. But even so, it was only the success rate for the dog picture that went up. Why? How did that happen? What does it mean?
Oh, wait, does this have something to do with that field, or whatever it was that you were talking about earlier? a field not visible to the eye. So, if more people know the answer, then that information will pass through the field. Huh.
Psych! I was just kidding. You really shouldn't take me seriously. Well, I mean, the things I just told you about are true. They really did happen. But the results of that experiment really aren't anything to go by. They could have easily falsified them.
However, as Lotus and Santa walked away from the picture, all Junpei could think of was the morphogenetic field. Now that we've obtained the Mars key and we're able to move forward, but before we do that, I want to highlight some good quotes that you can miss if you're not diligent about examining objects. If you examine the bed's blankets in the bedroom in B92, it's a light blue blanket with some designs on it. Someone's made the bed, or at least never unmade it. There's only bed sheets under the blanket. Nothing exciting. Should we take another look at this blanket? No, I think we've covered it pretty well. Looks like that one was lame enough to get her to blush a little. If you examine the water bottle in the bedroom on B92, it's a bottle with water in it. This is a bedroom. They probably have it here because your throat always feels dry when you wake up, you know? My throat's dry, but I think that's because I'm a little nervous right now. Well, we did run a lot, so we're kind of sweaty. Hey, Jumpy, did you want to take a shower together? Whoa! Just kidding. Too late to take it back. My brain's already working out the picture. My throat was dry already. This sure isn't helping. If you examine the soap holder in the bathroom in B92, there's a little blue platform protruding from the shower wall next to the knobs. It's for putting soap on. I used to shower once, so I know. If you examine the pillows in the bed in B92, look, there's two pillows right next to each other. Guess it's a double. Huh, what's up? You're turning red. Oh man, is her fever back? Hey, you alright? Do you need to lie down for a minute? I'm fine. I think it's still a little early for that. Huh? Hey, seriously, are you really okay? Now, moving forward past the Mars door, we actually get a follow-up escape room in the kitchen. Immediately starting up, we have more puzzles to solve. Same as before, I'll bring up notable interactions. The kitchen is one large room with three different subsections: the main kitchen, the pantry, and the freezer. There are industrial ovens, sinks, dishwashers, and cooking utensils spread throughout the room, suggesting it was once used to serve passengers' meals. Finally, there are two doors in the far wall of the kitchen which lead to a freezer in the pantry. They look at the exit door, which is apparently locked with a card reader. Junpei tries his luck and pulls on the door, but it is sealed shut. Then takes out a map of B-Deck that he and June had found earlier, and Lotus asks where he found the map, and Junpei tells her he found it in the second-class cabin. Lotus snatches it away from him and traces her finger across it, saying that by escaping the room, they can get to the other side of the metal gate they'd seen previously. While Junpei is looking at a rusty knife,
It's futile.
Futile?
You know, a waste, useless, pointless.
Oh. Any particular reason you wanted to bring that up?
Oh, no reason really. I was just thinking about futility.
Huh? Why were you thinking about futility?
Well, it has something to do with the Titanic.
The Titanic?
Yep. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted?
No, I haven't. What is it?
In 1892, 14 years before the Titanic sank, a novel was published. It was called Futility. It was written by an American novelist named Morgan Robertson. The story was about a big cruise ship colliding with an iceberg and sinking. Of course, if that was the only similarity, there wouldn't be any reason to mention it. It wasn't, though. The name of the ship, its nationality, course, departure time, size, displacement, maximum speed, number of passengers and crew, the number of lifeboats, even the location of the accident itself, and the cause, and the location of the damage. Everything matches the Titanic almost exactly. It was almost as if he'd seen the whole thing happen. But this book was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But that's not all. It wasn't just futility that predicted the sinking of the Titanic. There were 2 other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Stead. Both of them before the accident. One in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote 2 stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster. In one, 2 ships collided. Many of the passengers died because there weren't enough lifeboats. In the other, a ship collided with an iceberg and sank.
I don't know. I mean, I'll give you that it seems a little weird, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other ships.
Right, I knew you'd say that. But what if Stead had some sort of special powers? To be more specific, what if he had the ability to do automatic writing?
What? Automatic writing? Wait, are you talking about when someone's possessed by a spirit and then they write a bunch of stuff without knowing what they're writing?
Yes.
What do you mean, yes? That stuff's a load of bull.
But Jumpy, you said you believe in curses.
Come on, that's totally different. Okay, let's say, hypothetically, that automatic writing isn't a total load. These guys still couldn't have predicted the sinking of the Titanic. When this Stead dude wrote his thing, nobody had died on the Titanic yet. So if automatic writing is about being possessed by dead people, who the hell possessed him so he could write that stuff?
That's not it.
What's not it?
Stead wasn't possessed by a spirit. He was doing the possessing.
Oh. What are you smoking?
William Thomas Stead was a passenger on the Titanic. He just wrote down what he saw with his own eyes 20 years before it happened.
Why don't we talk about this some other time, okay?
Huh? But...
Come on, let's get back to it.
Junpei, Santa, and June get locked in the freezer after a pipe ruptures and shuts the door on them. Warm water is instantly froze on the handle, rendering it unable to be used. Junpei asks Lotus to look for something to open the door, but she's unable to do so, telling them to figure it out on your own. When Junpei takes the bag of dry ice, located in a cabinet on the north side of the room, Santa mentions it can be used to cause an explosion if sealed in something that's airtight. Junpei picks up the bag with his sleeves, and Santa asks him if dry ice is frozen carbon dioxide, which he agrees. Santa wonders how warm it has to get to turn back into a gas, and June cuts in, saying that its sublimation point is negative 109 degrees. Junpei asks her how she knows that, and she brags that she is the queen of random knowledge. Santa thinks it's weird that it doesn't turn into a liquid unless under pressure, which June agrees to, and Junpei can choose one of 2 choices here. Junpei wanted out of the freezer now, or it did strike Junpei as rather odd. This is another choice that will have some import moving forward, and since the only thing that changes is if you hear further explanation or not, I'm going to cover the explanation here, as funny of a context as this is. June continues to talk, telling them about ice with a melting point of 96 degrees. Junpei, his curiosity being piqued, asks what the ice is called, and she replies, Ice 9. She continues, saying that it was originally made of a substance in a science fiction book. However, scientists have discovered that it actually exists. She finishes up by saying that it's a polymorph of H2O, have a completely different structure. June asks if any of them have heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin. For 150 years after glycerin was discovered, people tried different methods, including warming and cooling, to try to get it to crystallize. One day in 1920, glycerin on board a ship going to England somehow did crystallize. Numerous scientists worldwide wanted a sample of the glycerin so they could crystallize other samples. When they did, nearby samples not encouraged by the samples began to crystallize, when it had never done so before. From that day on, glycerin would always crystallize naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees. She explains that it was like the glycerin were communicating with each other. Junpei asks what the story has to do with Ice 9, and surprisingly, Santa gives him an answer. Santa explains that she's trying to say that it's similar to Ice 9, which, if true, would be the end of the world, since the oceans would freeze as well. Santa finally agrees to get back to looking for a way out, claiming he hates the cold, and proceed looking. After Junpei fills the empty water bottle with crushed dry ice and attaches a rope to it, he ties it to the door. Santa asks him to fill it up with water, and Junpei sees the water dripping from the ceiling, so he lets some drops fall in and quickly seals it up. He finds a piece of hard dry ice on the ground and decides to use it to activate the bomb. Before doing so, he tells Jun and Santa to get in the cellar. Junpei gets in with them, aims the bottle, and throws it as hard as he can, and ducks in the cellar with the same motion. The makeshift bomb shatters the ice off the door handle, and they quickly get up to leave the freezer. The three tumble out, and Santa goes to the stove, burning his hand. Hello and welcome, everybody! Last time on 999 Explained, we met our unfortunate players of the Nonaries games and...
Just like Ace said. Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm. It's definitely an open fracture.
Oh, the face. It's horrible.
Yeah, you can't even tell who it is. But the clothes are...
No mistake about it. It's Snake.
That happened. Haven't we been here before? Anyway, things are patently not good as we've come across another dead body, and upon recognizing his very princely attire, we come to realize that it is Snake. When we collect ourselves, we're all distraught. Clover most of all, of course. Seven brings up that it's likely that Snake was murdered, and that it wasn't hard to understand how it happened. At least 2 people must have authenticated with Snake and let him go inside alone. Since he's blind, it would be easy tricking him into thinking such, or even just shoving him inside would do the job. He would then have scrambled to find his way to the dead, but obviously it wouldn't have registered him and deactivated the bomb, and just like with the ninth man, those who registered with him have no ill effects, as they didn't go through the door. It seems that the most likely time this happened was in the chaos in searching for the missing guts of the Reds, as each person was searching separately, and it was immediately after that we had noticed Snake was gone, meaning that nobody has an alibi. And given the vast amounts of number combinations you can add to get a digital root of 3, but just the number 2 means you can't even use that to pinpoint who would have done it. As it's entirely possible that up to 4 people were involved in this killing, which is a staggering thought. East tries to reason that the killer is most likely Zero, that their motivations is sow discord among the players so they turn on one another and accuse each other of being the guilty party. This of course leads Clover to suspect that both sides are true, that Zero was on the ship and is in fact one of them, considering that the only time we've heard Zero speak is via the recorder over the loudspeaker, and the notary game itself is running autonomously. The whole verification system is built that it could go off if hypothetically Zero were a player, or players, they wouldn't need to oversee it. The bell near the central staircase rings, and it's clear we have 3 hours left before the ship sinks. Realizing that we don't have much time, we open the Mercury door and find door 2. So now that we've found everyone but the number 9 door, as we found the number 6 door and number 1 door back before we found Snake, there's no easy way to decide who's going to go through which door. So we decide to write down what we want on a scrap of paper and then draw them randomly to vote. We, as Junpei, are the ones picking the papers, and we've conveniently written down every option, and ours is chosen last, so this is how we can make the choice of where we want to go. Our options are as follows. We can enter the number 1 door with Ace and Clover. We can enter the number 2 door with Seven and Lotus. Or we can enter the number 6 door with Ace, Santa, and June. In this branch, we're going to be going through door number 6, because June's been through a lot, and I think she could use some solid support right now. Also, I'd love to hear what wacky things Santa has to say. You never know what you're going to get with him. As we split off and go through door 6, we enter the steam engine room. It is a massive boiler room, which spans the width of the ship and is several stories tall, most likely used to keep the ship's engines running. The steam engine room is the largest of the 16 escape rooms in 999. There are massive coal deposits lined up on the bottom floor, and a conveyor belt to keep the coal coming. On the top floor is a walkway going all the way around the room's perimeter. The walkway is loaded with crates, which force the group to use several doors to navigate around the walkway. These doors then go through the boilers. Upon entering the room, the 4 companions note how large it is. They descend the stairs and walk along the wall, and Ace explains that they're in the steam engine room, and how the boiler works. Just then, June collapses as her fever returns. Junpei props her up next to the wall that she can rest. Tension is high, and all 3 men realize the seriousness of June's predicament. They quickly get to work on trying to solve the puzzle as fast as they can and escape. And, triggered by lowering the control panel from the catwalk to the floor, Ace states that June does not look good. Santa says it's because of the stress of the Nonary game that she's feeling so sick. Ace starts to think that they are abnormal, because they are not feeling stressed.
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs.
A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying?
Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know? You know, speaking of experiments, there was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified. Which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you.
What?
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
Huh?
Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Oh.
Now, this puzzle is pretty straightforward, as we've already seen all the important story bits for the actual exploration part of the puzzle, but mainly we gather these colored discs with all these wacky lines on them, which we insert into this console, which we rotate to then make a pattern. As we begin to leave, though, we see an interesting scene with Santa.
What are you looking at?
It's a photo. It's my sister.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
She was only about an inch tall then? Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch. Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
I was her Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So I had to be like her dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted. I'm so glad he got my letter. She was always so excited. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in her mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. That was it. Nothing else. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am.
What happened?
She died. She was killed 9 years ago.
Oh.
All right, let's go.
もう一人は黒いサンタ。白いサンタは良い子のみんなに贈り物を届け、黒いサンタは悪い子供たちにいたずらを仕掛けた。だがその悪ふざけは年々エスカレートしていくばかり。見るに見かねた白いサンタはある時ついに黒いサンタを刺し殺してしまった。返り血を浴びた白いサンタ。その服は真っ赤に染まった。だからなんだとさ、サンタクロースの服が赤いのは。つまりあの赤い色が黒いサンタの血の色だったってわけだ。俺は一体どっちのサンタなんだろうな。白いサンタか黒いサンタか。おい、何やってんだ。早く行くぞ。ようやく戻ってきたね。とにかく出口を探すところから始めよう。
And there we go. Once we're done with this place, we can enter the cargo room, our second part of this exploration phase. It is a vast room with metal plates forming on the walls, similar to the steam engine room. There are multiple crates lying around, some of them containing cards with the players' headshots on them. There are also stacks thrown in some areas and a cardboard box. In the middle of the room is an electric fence, allowing nothing to get through. Behind the fence is a bunch of crates and the Pushmaster 5000. The crate at the rightmost part of the room has a coffin on top of it. Starting off here, we help Ace with this card puzzle, as he has some difficulty assigning the right numbers. I guess it makes sense, he's just so tired having recently woken up and been dealing with everything that everyone else has, and he's not so spry a chicken anymore. Ace walks away, telling Junpei about his tiredness and that he's having trouble seeing. After expertly maneuvering the Pushmaster 5000, Junpei has the crates lined up in a way so that everybody can reach the coffin. Santa approaches the coffin and jokes at there being a mummy inside. Junpei pushes him aside and opens the coffin himself. Inside is a rusty key and a golden revolver. The group examines the revolver closely and find that it's loaded with 6 bullets. They decide to leave it inside the coffin, as obtaining it would leave one player gaining an unfair advantage, and it would cause problems between everybody. Junpei pockets the rusty key, and the group follows him to the exit near the metal staircase. As we get ready to head out, we do have some notable lines here I want to highlight. If we investigate the card with Santa's headshot, man, the guy in this card's one good-looking son of a bitch. Way more class than that other chump. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Huh? What's your problem? Didn't say I meant you, did I? Shit. If we investigate the card with Clover's headshot, this is Clover's card. You know, looking at this photo, she's kinda cute, isn't she? What's up? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Why does her smile make me feel cold? If we investigate the card with Junpei's headshot, oh, not cool, man. You took this picture without my permission. It looks pretty cool, though. You look really handsome in this picture. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I can't take my eyes off it. There's a pretty good-looking dude on this card. I feel enraptured. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I just want to rub my face on it. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I want to eat it. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. It belongs in a shrine. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. It belongs in a museum. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I bet I could get quite a bit for this online. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I feel kind of unfulfilled. This is my picture. And once we get out of here, we head back to the central staircase, where...
Look, it's...
Seven and Lotus.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone!
What? What do you mean, gone? When?
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
Huh.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But...
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but...
Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much out.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah. She's not here.
No, she isn't.
There's no sign of her. Let's go. All right, I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
All right, that sounds good. But,
What?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Huh? Sure, right. I'll do that.
Jumpy?
No, it's nothing.
All right, I'm going then.
Yeah, Be careful, Kane.
You be careful too, Jumpy.
Yeah, got it. Take care.
And so, we've reached our first ending, the knife ending. Sounds great, huh? Well, we're not going to think on that too long, because the next thing we see is the form of a ship, a countdown, and then an explosion. We're brought back to the beginning as we wake in the cabin as Junpei, with a door that's locked until we can seek a way out. Now, in the Nintendo DS original, this is where we would continue from. We would be able to fast forward through dialogue we've seen before, but in order to get back to choices we've not seen, we would need to replay through these escape room sequences. Obviously, having known the answers, they would go faster, but thankfully this was something they changed in the Military Games re-release. We get a flowchart, which means we can fast travel to any point we've previously been to, including decision points and escape room sections in order to get different results. So I'm not going to waste your time and get us right up to speed, as I do have an idea of where we should go next. Now, my choice might be a bit strange as first, because you might think we would go back to the beginning and go through door 5 this time, but instead I'm actually going to go back to our second door selection, where last time we went at door 8 with Clover and Lotus. This time, I want to discover Snake's body earlier. I want to go through door 3. The story up to this point is going to remain the same. We'll still have seen the Ninth Man explode, we'll still have gone through door number 4 with Lotus, June, and Santa, which means we still will explore the second-class cabins and the kitchen, hear about Futility and Ice 9 and all that fun stuff. But after we meet back up with everybody in the hospital room, after searching for the guts of the Reds, and then searching for Snake, we arrive here.
Sorry, Santa, but I still want to go through door 3.
What? That's nuts! You've got to be crazy! Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door?
I'm just curious about door 3, that's all.
That doesn't explain shit!
I've got a reason. I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll just come with me. I'm curious about the red. 7, would you mind authenticating for me?
Why?
Please, just do it.
Happy?
Yeah, thanks. The number 7 has been entered into the red. Next is June. Please touch the red just like 7 did.
Jumpy, what are you trying to figure out?
Yep. I think I might have found another way out.
What?
Really?
Now please, June.
Oh, okay.
All right, the only people who haven't authenticated now are Santa, Clover, and Lotus.
So, what's your point?
You don't get it. Think about it.
Huh?
What's the sum of your number and Clover's?
12.
And what's the digital root of that?
3.
Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red?
7 plus 6 plus 5 equals 18. It would be 9, right?
Yes, and what will the digital root be if you add 3 to that?
3, the door's number.
There you go.
Hey, wait a minute. What the hell are you up to?
I'm not up to anything. I'm just waiting.
Waiting for what?
I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa, or Lotus and Clover. Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice. So I'm waiting.
You son of a bitch! You tricked us! And all that stuff you were going on about is all bullshit!
Bullshit? No, I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figured out another way to get out of here? This is it.
Why the hell would you do something like this?
Jumpy.
You did this just so you could go through the same door as June. That's it?
So, who's it going to be? Santa or Lotus and Clover?
Shit!
Let's go, Clover.
Huh?
Fuck!
Oh, no, wait!
Ah! This is insane! This isn't right!
Yeah, well, you may be right, but... Go!
No!
You son of a bitch, Junpei! This isn't fair! Do you realize what you just did? You leave them out there, and they can't...
Shut it! That's enough! We gotta find the dead or none of this is gonna matter! We got less than a minute left! No time for screwing around! Get moving!
Damn it! You and I are not done yet, bastard! Where the hell is it?
Over there! It's gotta be behind the door!
Damn, it's pitch dark inside.
Can't see a thing!
No, wait! I found it! The dead's right over here! Ugh! What? The floor's slippery!
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
There's something...
Get over there!
What the... What the hell is this smell? This is vile. I'm gonna puke.
Oh, you're right. Oh, this is...
Let's get the lights on first. There's a switch over here. Okay, guys, I'm flipping it on.
What?
Hey.
Oh, this is... Looks like an explosion. Just like the Ninth Man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
The face is the worst.
Yeah, you can't even tell who it is.
But the clothes are...
Is that... Snake?
Oh my god. Why did this happen?
No! 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 No!
Stop! Calm down. Hey!
Please! Get me out of here! You have to let me out of here! Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What did we do to deserve this?
June.
Get me out of here! Please! Please! Just let me out!
June. Calm down.
No! Get off of me! Let me go! Let me go!
Please, calm down. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be alright, June. It's going to be okay, Connie. I'll be here with you, okay?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Do you feel better?
Yes, but I'd like to stay here. For a little while, at least. Jumpy's body is so warm.
Now, behind door 3, we get to explore the shower room in total. The shower room is one big rectangular room with tiled walls and floors. The room has a series of 4 to 5 shower heads lining one side of the wall. Junpei managed to examine it for long enough to know most of the state of the body, including how the explosion threw the left arm hard enough that it broke the bone and smashed the bracelet into pieces. After picking up the broom in the utility stall, June will speak up.
The rabbit hutch.
Huh?
Oh, you just reminded me of it. The rabbit hutch, I mean.
How did I remind you of something like that?
Jumpy and the broom. You're always playing around with the broom in front of the rabbit hutch.
I was.
Don't you remember? You mean, you don't remember that summer either?
Of course I remember. How could I forget something like that? It was terrible.
I just kept crying and crying until you came over. You held my hand, and you looked very serious, and you said, "Don't cry. I'm going to catch the person who did this." After you told me that, I finally stopped crying.
Well, the real fun started after you quit crying. You told me we were going to catch the killer together.
Then we decided that we'd ambush them.
Yeah, I remember. But the murderer never showed up. We waited for them all summer vacation, and they never showed up.
Yeah, but the animals didn't get attacked either. I think all that work amounted to something, you know?
Although, you know, if you think about it, we were probably taking on a lot more than we could handle.
What do you mean?
Well, come on, we were just kids. If whoever killed the rabbits had actually showed up, they probably would have had a knife or something. I mean, you must have been pretty worried, right?
I wasn't worried. Because you were there with me. Well, you know, no one else wanted to take care of the animals. I was the only one who asked to do it at first.
Yeah, well, boys don't really want to bother with taking care of animals, you know.
Well, yeah, but you asked to do it after I did, didn't you?
If it wasn't the rabbits, they were going to make me do something else. You know how that school was. I figured it'd be better if I was working with somebody who wasn't too much of a loudmouth, right? Somebody who wasn't going to tell on me if I felt like blowing it off.
Really? That's why you volunteered?
Yeah, it is.
Really?
Of course. Well, we don't really have time to be walking down memory lane like this, you know? We've got to figure out a way out of this room. Otherwise...
Yes. I'm gonna look over there.
I should get back to it myself. Ah! That's right. The pool of blood. Going on and on about old times right next to a corpse? What were we doing? Well, maybe it was because we're in this mess. I have to survive, no matter the cost. I need to make sure she gets out too.
While unscrewing the thermometer, Santa will strike up a conversation with Junpei, speaking rather cryptically on the temperature.
No, I can't say I ever thought about that.
At 107 degrees, the cells in the human body start to die, and the organs begin to shut down. The proteins in your cells start to harden. It's like when you hard-boil an egg. Even if you cool it down afterwards, it won't go back to being a raw egg. In other words, it's dead. That's why thermometers don't go past 107. There's no point.
Oh yeah?
But it's pretty rare for a fever to get that high. Even viruses and stuff don't usually drive the body temperature up to 107. Of course, there are other external things that could.
Like what?
Well, let's see. Something like getting locked in a sauna. Or getting thrown into an incinerator and burnt to death.
Yeah, I guess that would get a little hotter than 107 degrees Fahrenheit.
Now, the puzzle of this room is pretty cool. We combine the broom with the toilet paper to reveal a side-tail cipher, where the act of rolling the paper and then writing where the papers overlapped here. And throughout all of this, we know from previous branch that the reward from this room is the Mercury keycard, which we used to previously access door 2. Now, before we move on, there is one message here that's kind of cute that I did want to mention. It's a tin bucket. Hey, Jumpy, do you remember back in elementary school when you spilled all of our paint across the whole classroom? They made you clean it up, and all they gave you was a sponge and a bucket just like this? Hey, come on now. Can we just leave the past in the past? Once we get out of there, we regroup with the others back in the hospital room. This time we've come out of the unmarked door that Seven had previously propped open with the screwdriver. He's done so this time here as well, but we align with the group on basically all the same things we did last time, with the addition of Snake's corpse. We even have the same talk about Zero being one of us again. From here on out, the bell rings once again, we have 3 hours left once again, and now we begin our search using our newfound keys, and we are headed to the number 2 door. Going into door 3 guarantees us a slot in door 2, with Seven and Lotus. In here, we find the confinement room. The confinement room isn't so much a room as more a short hallway with several rooms, sort of like the cabins we discovered back in door 4. The hallway branches into 2 with 3 doors to the left, 1 to the right, and a door at the very end that's unable to be opened. The 3 rooms to the left are simple rooms, holding an old dirty bed that's even worse than a third-class cabin, a sink, small mirror, divider that gives little privacy to the toilet at the back of the room. Leftmost and middle rooms are mirror images of one another, and the third door leads to a similar room, where the only notable exception was the lack of light, save a single shaft down the middle. The locked door at the end has the word emergence spelled out with tiles on the door, and upon finding the dead, the group decides to split up to search the individual rooms of the short hallway. Seven to the leftmost rooms, and Lotus to the middle room, while Junpei jumps between the 3. He picks up the towel from the sink and leans around to see Seven kneeling on the floor, his face pale.
Are you okay, man? You're sweating like crazy. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just got a little dizzy, that's all.
That's definitely more than just a little dizzy. Are you sure? You don't look so good.
What am I doing here?
Huh? What are you talking about? We opened the number 2 door and walked in here. Don't tell me you forgot.
No, that's not what I mean. It ain't much, but I think some of my memories came back. I think I've been here before.
Huh?
I said I've been in this room before.
You were here? When? Why?
Aoi, Light, Nona.
What the hell was that?
It's right there. I feel like I'm this close to remembering everything, but I just can't. That's right, an experiment. There was some kind of experiment going on this ship.
An experiment? What sort of experiment?
They were trying to control people. Or something like that.
What the hell are you talking about?
Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment, I mean. I think there were 4 or 5 more, but I don't remember all their names. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here. Experiment. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Those kidnapped kids. Was I working that case?
Huh?
Wait, under this bed. The hole's gone? No, maybe it was a different room. There's gotta be a ton of rooms on this boat that look just like this one.
Hey, what exactly do you remember? Maybe you could stop talking like a crazy person and tell me what's going on here.
Well, it's not like I really remember everything. I've only got bits and pieces, and they're scattered and don't make much sense.
I don't care. Tell me the bits and pieces then.
Okay. From what I can remember, I think I was a cop.
A cop?
Yeah. I was looking for that group of kids that got kidnapped 9 years ago. You remember that, right? It was all over the news.
Yeah, I was still in school. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember some of it. I think it was a bunch of kids right around my age. They all just disappeared. Nobody knew why. It was all over TV and the newspapers every day. So you're saying you were investigating it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I guess I found something. There was this medical company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals that had something to do with those kids. After I figured that out, I managed to get some information out of somebody who worked for them. I think it was...
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Yeah, that had to have been it. That's why I went to the wharf. In the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them were carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand. Don't move! I felt metal touch the back of my head. Drop the gun. I kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. Did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle. A drug? That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it! Shit, my head hurts. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying. But I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold up. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then... Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside.
Hey, what happened after that?
I don't remember what happens after that. I think I found some kind of door out of the duct. And I think I found some kids, too. Not good. Why can't I remember what happened next?
Ah, man, what happened to the kids, Seven? Did you save them?
I don't know. I don't know if it was me. I've got this feeling. I think one of the kids died. A girl, I think.
Huh?
Anyway, just please don't ask me anymore, okay? I really don't remember anything else.
It's fine. Don't push yourself. Going by what he said, the children who had been kidnapped 9 years before, apparently a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals had been behind it all. They'd taken the children to the same ship we're on now. They'd been brought here for an experiment. Seven said it had something to do with controlling human beings. The 16 children who had been kidnapped were the subjects. Seven had said 3 of their names were Aoi, Light, and Nona. I think that's all I got. Oh, and Seven is, or was at some point, a cop. I can't really use any of this information anyway. I didn't learn anything about the Nonary game or Zero. Why were we brought to the same ship where they'd done those experiments 9 years ago? And just what the heck is this about controlling human beings? That's nuts. Did they really conduct an experiment like that? I don't have time to just stand here thinking. I need to get moving.
Wow, that's kind of important. With that knowledge, we gather all 4 tiles from the rooms. The minigame can be played to open the exit. And the door on the right hallway has the word emergent spelled out in tiles of the same size, so we just have to move these tiles around in order to unlock the door. We just have to replace all the E's with tiles that he's gathered. Now, before we move on, interesting exchange time. If we examine the ceiling in the hallway, it's a ceiling. I've seen a lot of ceilings in my time. I'd say this one rates about a 3, 3.5. If we examine the desk in the rightmost room from the drawer view, there's nothing special about the desk, although I'm sure its parents thought differently. If we search the drawer without a handle, a drawer with a mirror in the back of it, huh? Don't think it'll do us any good here. Well, you use a mirror to reflect things. Can you think of any other uses for it? Well, if you ask Lotus, she'd probably tell you it'd be real shiny and pretty if we broke it. Then if we do the same in the middle room, if you take the handle off, it's just a big mirror. Usually you'd use a mirror to reflect something, but I can't see how that'd help us here. What else can I do with it? Well, it'd be really pretty if we shattered it. Next, after this, we move to the torture room. Great! This room is trapezoid shaped with a chair in the center. A device for the chair's use is directly next to it, and a rectangular glass is directly underneath the chair. It is initially too dark to see through, but the space below is eventually filled with water, and thus makes the glass see-through. A small table with many rusty tools and a brand new wrench is to the right of the chair. Part of the puzzle necessary to leaving the room, one of the three must be subject in the brain experiment. As 7 is too large to fit in the chair, only Lotus and Junpei are eligible subjects. Lotus volunteers to be the subject, and Junpei unsuccessfully tries to convince her not to. She hesitates before she gets into the chair.
Look, do you think you could do me one last favor?
Don't say last.
You're making me nervous.
Just listen. If something happens to me, I want you to tell my daughters. Tell them that I loved them very much. No, tell them that I will always love them.
Daughters?
You've got kids?
Yes, I do. I suppose they're about your age, Junpei. They're twins. I had them when I was young after, some things happened. Their names are Nona and...
Wait! Nona?
Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment.
But what the hell? What's wrong with you?
Oh. No way. It couldn't. Lotus, is your last name Kashiwabara?
How do you know that?
Are you serious? What the hell is this? There's no way you're that kid's mom.
That kid? Wait, what do you mean, that kid? Why are you acting like you've met her?
I have.
What?
Yeah, I met one of your kids.
When?
9 years ago.
Where?
On this ship.
Why were you...
It's not a short story.
Look, I don't care how long it is. Tell me, please, what happened here?
Fine, I'll tell you. But... And then... That was when... From there... It looked like... Just as if... Finally... That's all I remember from 9 years ago.
Oh my God. Everything I've been looking for the last 9 years. The person who had all the answers was right here.
Looking for?
Yes, that's right. 9 years ago, my daughters disappeared. Then 9 days later, they came back. They never told me what happened to them over those 9 days. I took them to the doctor, but I was told they hadn't been hurt in any way. Still, I was sure that they had been through something terrible. So I couldn't bring myself to force them to talk about it. If I did, then I'd force them to relive whatever horrors they'd been through. I didn't have any choice. I had to try and ignore it and move on.
Oh.
A few months passed. Gradually, they started to act like they always had, before they disappeared. They smiled and made jokes and did all the silly things kids do. It got harder and harder for me to ask them about what happened. How could I ask them to remember that? Eventually, I knew there was no way I could do it. But I'm still a mother. I couldn't simply forget that something terrible had happened to my children. So I decided I would investigate what happened on my own. I would find out what happened during those 9 missing days.
What did you find out?
Nothing. The police pretended to be concerned, but they didn't do anything. Once the 16 children who'd gone missing came back, things were just... Even the media didn't talk about what had happened. I figured someone was probably paying or threatening them to keep their mouths shut.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals. No, probably something even bigger than that.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Have you heard of them before?
No. It's the first time I've ever heard that name. 7. How did you find out that Cradle Pharmaceuticals was connected to the kidnappings in the first place?
I figured finding out whatever the victims had in common would lead me to the culprit. That's what any good cop does.
What did they have in common?
Every single one of the kids who disappeared had gone to this one hospital at some point. The hospital was one of a bunch that were under the control of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. After that, it was just about connecting the dots.
The hospital.
The hospital?
And for a while, I was trying to get some kind of information out of the kids at the hospital. One of them told a weird story.
What was it?
Have you heard about the Gansfeld experiment? I guess all these kids had to go through it while they were at the hospital. I think it was passed off as some sort of counseling.
What did you call it again?
Oh, the Gansfeld experiment. This is how it's set up. First, subjects Q and A are put into separate rooms, far away from one another. Then a series of video images are shown to subject Q, who is told to send the images to subject A by thinking about them. Subject A, on the other hand, is put in a large reclining chair and given a blindfold. With their senses cut off, A is asked to guess what images Q is looking at.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that. It's a famous telepathy experiment, isn't it?
Telepathy. That's how the experiment on this ship was supposed to work.
The experiment to control people, right?
Yeah. I don't know if any of the telepathy stuff really exists, but maybe someone from Cradle Pharmaceuticals bought into it.
Even if that is the case, I still don't get how that has anything to do with any of this. The notary game, Zero, why we were kidnapped. What does any of that have to do with telepathy? I know I brought all this up, but I have no idea. Maybe none of this stuff is connected after all.
No subject has been detected. Unless a subject is detected within 60 seconds, all power will be shut down. System recovery is estimated to take 1 hour. If you wish to proceed with the experiment, please seat subject in the restraining device.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going.
Oh, no, that's not what we...
Just hurry up and get it over with. Junpei, I'm counting on you.
Right. Lotus, please, tell me right away if you feel anything weird.
You worry too much. Now get on with it and be a man, or June's gonna leave you.
Lotus. Okay, let's do this.
Now, this puzzle is annoying. In the original version on the DS, the player must make the bottom screen match the top screen. Now, this has been changed with the Notary Games release, where all should be on except for the bottom left button. And I tell you, this confused me for hours because I was going off of muscle memory of the DS version. Whew, boy. Well, with that, we get out of here, and we take the sun key we found and head back out to find ourselves at the Grand Central Staircase.
What? Why?
What the hell? What the hell happened? Clover. Nothing. She's dead.
Hey, what are you doing?
The key! Give me the sun key!
Why?
Why do you think? We have to get out of here before the murderer comes back!
The murderer?
Give it to me! Let's go! Open! Why?
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't feel it unlock.
Oh no. Is it the wrong key?
I don't know. Maybe. It's open.
What the hell is this?
Wait, you mean the door was already unlocked?
Why?
And how would I know that? Whatever, let's just go.
What the hell is this door? I can't see anything that looks like a doorknob or switch or lever or card reader or anything. How the fuck are we supposed to open this?
We don't have a choice. We're gonna have to go back.
No, I'm not going back there. There is a murderer back there.
But I don't see any other doors.
No way.
It opened by itself.
It's an automatic door?
Look, guys, I've got a really bad feeling about all this. The other doors were already unlocked, and this one's automatic. We haven't seen anything like this before.
Bad feeling. We've hit bottom. This can't get any worse. Shit!
Hey, Junpei!
I can't take this anymore. No one can. No. It's a lie. It's gotta be. This can't be real. No. It's impossible. If it's a dream, just wake up already. Someone please tell me it's all just a joke. I'm imagining things. Yep, that's it. This is all obviously a lie. It's a big, elaborate trick. An illusion or something, or a dream. It's made up. Ah! Ah! Connie! Connie, hang on! Connie!
Jumpy?
Oh, man. Connie, there's so much blood. What the hell happened to you? How did this happen?
Jumpy, I'm sorry. I might not make it.
No way. I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Oh, don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on, all right, Connie? You Oh, what can I do? Damn it! What's that? A submarine? What on earth is a submarine doing here? That's it! Hang on, alright? There's a submarine over there. I'm gonna go see if it works.
No! Don't go! Please, don't go! Please, just stay with me, okay? I want to be close to you, Jumpy. When I...
Connie.
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time. Jumpy, do you remember how we hung out a lot when we were kids? We went to the pool and to the fair. Do you remember playing snowball at the school? They're all memories I'll never forget. All of those moments are treasures to me. But I also wanted to go to a lot of other places with you. A lot more. But that won't happen now.
No. I mean, yes. Yes, it will happen. We'll go all sorts of places, Connie. You hear me? I promise. We'll go wherever you want.
Really?
Yeah, really. I swear.
That makes me happy. Really happy. Jumpy. I feel sleepy.
No, Connie, don't fall asleep.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much.
Connie! 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 $5.
Hello, a quick aside. This is part 5 of my Zero Escape Explained series, which I first started working on about 4 months ago of writing this script. I understand it's been a hot minute since I've uploaded for this, as lots of IRL stuff has been going on. I'm going to link the previous episodes in this series in the description. I highly recommend watching them before watching this episode, unless you're fully familiar with the events of the knife and sub-endings for 999. We're going to be jumping right back into the story after the introduction, and I just want to make that clear. I will be removing this aside in the combined series upload. Thanks! We awaken in the crew cabin we have previously, and it's more than clear to us as the player that unless we can solve the true mystery as to what's been going on here, we'll keep returning to the starting point to repeat our choices ad infinitum. Now, we've explored 2 possibilities here that has ended in our deaths. First was the knife ending, which had us finding Lotus dead before her killer took our life. And then we saw the sub-ending, where we found ourselves killed and thrown into the water, as a mysterious assailant seems to have killed every other player, leaving us with even more questions. The next ending we get is going to be pretty quick, as the first 2 door choices are actually going to be the same as the previous. We're going to escape from this room, meet up with the other players, introduce ourselves, watch as the 9th man takes Clover hostage, gets himself blown up, enter door 4 with Santa, Akane, and Lotus, solve the puzzle of the dual cabins, head to the kitchen, admire the cheese, talk about futility, make it to the hospital room where we make back up with the other players, look for the missing red pieces, lose Snake in the process, ultimately decide to go through door 8 with Clover and Lotus. And this is the laboratory we explored previously. At the end of the escape room, we discover Snake's dead body behind door 3, and then further discover doors 1, 2, and 6. Now we're at this choice, we have 3 options, but realistically only have 1. Going through door 2 will bring us back to the prison-like confinement room that leads to the torture room with 7 and Lotus, which will reroute us back to the sub-ending. And going through door 6 will have us explore the steam engine room that leads back to the cargo room with Ace, Santa, and Akane, which will reroute us back to the knife ending. Since we've gone through those already and they will not present us with any new information, this time when we're with the other players in the hall, we'll tell them that we wrote down our choice to go through door 1, where we get to explore the captain's quarters with Clover and Ace. Now, entering this room, the captain's quarters is split into 2 small rooms, the communications office and the actual quarters themselves. The communications office is accessed first and has a bunch of retro electronic equipment that were used on the ships to communicate with each other out at sea. One object of interest is a telegraph key, used to send messages through Morse code. Other objects scattered across the table include small boxes of screwdrivers and a long wire. The group suspects that this is Zero's hideout, and everyone is nervous except for Clover, saying that they have nothing to lose at this point. They walk in on a dead man dressed like a captain. He appears to have been killed with an axe as it's sitting right next to him, and he was wearing a bracelet with a 0 on the face of it. Junpei comes to the conclusion that the dead man is not the real Zero, as the evidence is too straightforward and on the nose. Ace leaves to investigate the communications office, leaving Junpei and Clover alone with the dead man. To this, Clover reiterates that one of them is actually their kidnapper, and they need to find out before finding out the identity of the corpse. While walking away, he sees Clover smile angrily, but thinks his mind is playing tricks on him. Now, the puzzle of this room has us using a bronze cylinder and soaking it in ink to rub across paper to create a Morse code, which we can use on the telegraph key to open the drawer to get the all-ice file. When Junpei obtains the all-ice file, he looks through it hoping to find information, but neither he or Ace can read it, as it's written in hieroglyphics. A keycard drops out of the file and it reads Bottom Deck Library on it. And this turns out to be the Uranus keycard. There is more dialogue here earned if you have entered this room as a result of having gone through door 7. We will have one more opportunity to go through door 7 in the way that I've structured this up, so I'm not going to reveal it here. Additionally, there's a few number codes here to get the ultimate password of the door, which is 35142724, which is an alphanumeric substitute for 0. And as is habit, here are a few humorous exchanges. Now that we've been able to solve this room, we head out and...
All right, let's go. That's the next door. Hey, where's Clover? Damn it, what the hell is she up to? Clover!
Huh?
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? What the hell is that?
What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is... I wonder.
What the hell?
Come on, we gotta hurry.
Huh? Clover, what's that on your back? A stick? Hey, Clover! What the hell's that thing on your back? Is she ignoring me? For crying out loud.
Huh, that's weird. Anyway, we regroup with the rest of the group who say they found door 9. Epic! As we're about to go check it out, Clover, despondent, asks us about door 2. She asks if we're okay with leaving it unchecked, which is a fair question considering she brings up the point that not everyone can make it through door 9. She says if we explore door 2, we may be able to find something that'll allow everyone to escape. Junpei agrees and the group moves toward the elevator. Clover volunteers to go, meaning Santa, Akane, and Seven will need to accompany her to make the numbers balance. They acquiesce, and Ace asks Lotus to explore around to pass the time as he thinks he's found something important, leaving Junpei alone to wait for either group to return. Clover then arrives on the elevator, alone.
Clover, I guess you're the first one back. Where's everybody else? What happened?
Where are Ace and Lotus?
Oh, Ace said he wanted to show Lotus something, so they went into that hallway.
Oh, then they went over there?
Yeah, I think so. So where are June, Santa, and Seven? Why aren't they with you?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Here, let me show you.
Huh? Bracelets. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. No. No way, no way. This has got to be some kind of joke. This can't be real. 3, 7, 6.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. More hotly, which is 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confine of the ship, or the paramedic wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
But why?
Revenge for my brother. He was forced into door 3 and murdered. You need at least 3 people to open a door. Who were the 2 that opened that door with him? It could only have been Santa and Seven. That's why I killed them.
But why? Why did you kill June?
Because she tried to protect them. She was in my way. She had to die too.
No.
Hey, Junpei. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's leave this ship.
What the hell are you talking about? To open a numbered door,
Yes, I know. You need at least 3 people. But as long as we have this...
That's... the 0 bracelet. You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is... See? You get it now? If we have the 0 bracelet, we can leave. You and I can open door 9 with just the 2 of us. See? So let's go. Come on! Hurry up! Junpei? Junpei?
Clover.
Yeah? Thanks, Junpei. I'm just gonna borrow this, okay?
So you get the gist from this point. Wake up, solve the puzzle, meet with others, knife, bomb, decision. So we're here at an impasse. You know the funny thing? Everything we've seen up to this point has been entirely optional content. In order to see the true ending, we only need to have seen one other ending, and it's the one we're going to be talking about today. So if you're trying to speedrun this game for whatever reason, technically you'd begin here. So, we're gonna make a different choice here at the beginning. I've heard your hearts. You want to travel with Snake, I hear you say. We won't keep missing out on meeting this angelic face before he's unceremoniously killed, I hear you say. Maybe Clover can be stopped from going X-crazy if we can stick by Snake's side like a seeing eye dog, bark bark. First off, I'll gladly do so, and I'll enjoy it heavily. After making our way through door 5 and scanning their bracelet to the dead, the three men find themselves at the door leading to the first-class cabin. We are going in with Snake and Seven. Junpei falls behind to examine the corpse of the ninth man and notices the man's fallen bracelet lying next to his glasses, thus reminding Junpei of Zero's rule.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from this ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0.
At this point, Junpei decides to follow the others before the desire to vomit becomes overwhelming. He is shocked to see how beautiful the room is and quickly finds them investigating a door with a lock connected to a strange device. They conclude it's the exit and split up to search the rooms and find a way to seek a way out. While searching and when obtaining the first score plate from under the pillow in the bed, Junpei notices Snake acting oddly and asks why. Snake explains he was listening to some strange noises using his exceptional hearing. He also informs Junpei he is quite capable of defending himself in a fight, and offers Junpei to try him, should he not believe it. Afterwards, when obtaining the ceramic score plate from the fireplace in the living room, Junpei notices Seven stumble, and he wonders what's happening to him, first with the memory loss and now with the dizziness. Seven's amnesia is new information for Junpei, at least in this timeline, as he hadn't been present when he told the others. Junpei's surprised that he's so calm about it. Seven has no idea why he's suffering from it, but seems confident he'll recover from it eventually. After completing puzzles and unlocking the door, Seven uses a score plate to jam the door open to prevent it from closing and locking, under the plausible excuse that he may want to return to it to play the piano. Junpei, however, isn't fooled because, as we solved the puzzle, it had a scrambled keyboard. Behind the right door from the bedroom is a safe, and when Junpei, Seven, and Snake investigate this room, the safe is the only thing they can open. After this, we get the chance to explore the casino, as much like the puzzle rooms behind door 4 are, we also have a 2-part exploration phase here. The casino is a large room that contains many tables used for gambling. Near the exit of the room are 3 pink slot machines and a huge baccarat table. On the right side of the room is a bar containing many bottles of alcohol, as well as wine glasses. Junpei, Snake, and Seven come across a gate that needs the Venus key to open, and Junpei notices that Seven had slipped away to find a large door.
Ah, baccarat. You ever played Junpei? See, baccarat is kind of an unusual game. You've got the banker and the player. The whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win. And whether the banker or the player wins, it all depends on their hands. Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins. If your number is smaller than your opponent's, you lose.
We find all the hidden playing cards and put them into the card reader. Junpei, Snake, and Seven head back to the gate and open with the Venus key and travel down to the sea deck. From this point on, we will ultimately reconvene back in the hospital room, and the events before the next decision will play out the same. We'll look for the pieces of the red, Snake will face his fate, and we'll decide between doors 3, 7, and 8. Now, choosing door 3 will auto-lock us back into the sub ending. Choosing door 7 will either get us the axe, sub, or knife endings, based on which door we choose after that. And while we haven't been in door 7 yet, obviously since we don't want to go down an ending we've already seen, we're going to hold off on that for now. So it looks like door 8 is going to be our choice this time around again, and this has us going through the laboratory with Clover and Lotus. Now there is a conversation here with Lotus that differs if we've entered this door from door 4. I showed the branch that we'd see from this timeline the first time around because it was a more interesting of the 2 cutscenes, but ultimately it doesn't change a whole lot of the way that you see it. This was the conversation originally where we talked about human brains, how they could be like wireless monitors. for a much greater source of power disconnected from the main unit. And the malfunctioning monitors could explain why certain people suffer conditions like aphasia or prosopagnosia. I'll leave a timestamp in the description to that scene from this part. There is, however, a much different conversation here immediately following this with Clover, since we went through door 5 with Snake. Clover is much more open to talking with us about him.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
What's up?
I wanted to ask you something.
Hmm?
Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right? Did you hear him say, like, anything weird?
Huh? Well, let me think. Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person, or something like that, but that's about it.
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake, was he born...
You're talking about his eyes?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm.
His arm?
Yeah. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm. The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm.
Oh.
Once this is complete, we'll follow up with the events we're familiar with at this point. Discovering Snake's body, Clover becoming distraught, suspicion falling on who must have betrayed Snake, which we recall from the last time. Clover seems to have deduced it must have been Snake in 7, given it was the number 3 door he was pushed through. 2 plus 3 is 5, 5 plus 7 is 12, and 1 plus 2 is 3. Next for the door choice, we're going to go back through door 6 with Akane, Santa, and Ace. We have covered this puzzle room before, but as a quick refresher, Santa brings up the topic of emergence and inspiration as we're working on the puzzle. In the previous timeline before we moved into the cargo room, Santa told us the story of 2 Santas, the white and the black Santa, with the white Santa killing the black Santa to prevent further harm from the black Santa. And this was supposed to explain Santa's red clothes, and ultimately he was questioning if he was the white or the black Santa. In this timeline, however, he's thinking about something else, something closer to his heart.
What are you looking at?
It's a photo. It's my sister.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
She was only about an inch tall then? Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch. Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
I was her Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So I had to be like her dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted. I'm so glad he got my letter. She was always so excited. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. That was it. Nothing else. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am.
What happened?
She died. She was killed 9 years ago.
Oh.
All right, let's go.
Hey! June, are you okay? I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finish the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you. Are you alright? What happened?
Can you stand?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Huh.
You're still warm.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know? Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
Alright, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine? Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company. Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
Soparil. Soparil? I've heard of that before somewhere.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature, a lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
I heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second-class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing. What the hell is he doing? June, don't push yourself, alright?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
The cargo room goes the same as it does before. We help Ace out with the card puzzle, successfully execute the Pushmaster 5000, and discover the golden key and the golden revolver, and all mutually decide to leave it the hell alone. Once we solve the puzzle in the cargo room, we discover the mysterious chapel, and it contains 2 number 9 doors, implying it was possible for everyone to get out after all.
We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1278 and 34569 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2349 and 15678. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way. If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer's simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd be only one 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other. This game was designed for that purpose. This nonary game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
But before we can really think on this, we meet back up with 7 on Lotus near the central staircase. Who let us know that Clover's gone missing. The players all split up to try to find her, with Junpei splitting with Akane to search the large hospital room and the shower room. In the shower room, though, Junpei realizes that the body here isn't Snake's, since it has a bone in its left arm, because he remembers Clover telling him in the laboratory that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. It turns out that Clover was murdered then by an unknown assailant, possibly the same murderer as her supposed brother Snake. Clover's body is discovered inside the first-class bathroom with a safe, which Junpei passed through earlier. He finds a note in her hand, and the following happens.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover, why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show.
7. There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud. Follow me.
A closet?
Yeah. This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it.
Huh?
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover. Behind this door. The 9th man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case. Ugh. Oh, the hell? This smell is... Wait. It's gone. His bracelet. It's gone. It was right next to the glasses. But why?
Huh? Where'd Junpei go? Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Yeah.
Did you find something?
No, nothing. What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it? Clover. What was it you wanted to show me?
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
What?
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
What? I'm opening it. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
A code. Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean? Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet? There's two things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone. What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth equals right, and gone equals left. The left and right of the bracelet. These two things sticking out. So if I... Wait, did it just... One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Huh. 1 to the right, 4 to the left. And... Oh. Bingo. I knew it was for this. Oh, is this some sort of note? Let's see. Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you?
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover. Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there. Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me. Ace, 7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Fine.
What about you, Ace, Lotus?
Very well.
Sure.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand. I knew it.
Huh?
What was that about?
How should I know?
Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation. By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right? You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5. Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Prosopagnosia?
What's that? No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
Very well, I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
What do you mean?
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us. Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh? You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not snakes.
What?
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least two motives. One, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2. Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you, so you...
Hey, hold on a minute. What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
What's this piece of paper? The nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people: Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first-class cabin.
Give me a break! That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right? Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all, Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope, you could have.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
No! You couldn't have!
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3. That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket. If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B-deck. My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root. As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used. I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me. The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed. After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere. But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. That was how I killed Clover.
You son of a bitch!
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero, not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap, make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything. Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard! Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger.
Ace eventually admits to the allegations and holds Lotus up at gunpoint in order to escape after she attacks him. He also reveals that he orchestrated the 9th man's death in order to obtain the 9th man's bracelet and protect his true identity as Kentaro Hongo. And, as with this, we can now deduce 2 specific things. The person who killed Lotus in the knife ending was Ace, as her bracelet paired with his and the 9th man's bracelet, as he's explaining here. And second, the person who killed us in the sub-ending was also Ace. It turns out that in that ending, when we found him lying dead, he was just pretending. So, yeah, he's responsible for 2 out of our 3 deaths. Let's go, dude. Junpei, Seven, Santa, and June pursue Ace, but Santa and June decide to stay back when June starts feeling weak and feverish. In the chapel, Junpei also discovers that Snake is alive and was locked inside a coffin and is dressed in mysterious cult-like robes.
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
Zero. Zero's bracelet.
What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying. He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
Alright, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
Come on, man, I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations?
Let's try me, 7, and the bracelet. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
It opened.
Yes, so it would seem.
That means the bracelet is actually 6. But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go!
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last?
Resort? Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
You'll have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater. Let's go through that door. Incinerator?
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so. If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it. What? Why? Why is there another one?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero. What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Oh yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive. If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei 7. The three of you couldn't have opened a door with a knife. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Oh, they haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake.
What happened to Clover?
Clover died.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true, I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her. I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the ninth man had, you remember. I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance. That feeling was... I confess I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The snake!
Don't do it!
Snake! Snake! Lotus!
Hurry! This way!
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman. I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door. Quickly now! I don't have time for your shenanigans. I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Goodbye.
Kill you. What? No, that's impossible. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll get away from me. Listen to me. I said, don't come any closer. Shit! You bastard!
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally,
I'll kill you. You won't get away.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily. You don't have to die. You can be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life. Snake, that's enough. You can stop now.
Yes! He's right, Snake. You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go. Let's get out of here.
You have to come with us. We have to leave together.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time! We gotta go!
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Snake! Snake! Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei! No! No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me! Let me go!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 7, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down, beginning incineration.
He's...
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this! Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero! Zero!
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, all right? I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe... Please work. Yes. June! Santa! Damn it. Where did they go? Connie! No. It can't be. It's impossible. Oh, Connie! Connie, are you alright?
Jumpy?
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry. I might not make it.
No way. I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Don't give me that I was crap. You're going to see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on. All right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
0. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding? What the hell are you talking about? No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. Why?
Because you chose the wrong path.
The wrong path?
That is correct. Your path is invariably, however, admit defeat. And there is shadow, there is light. Where there is the absence of light, there is no shadow. So it goes.
What are you talking about?
No, it's not. The loser has been decided.
I told you! I am not gonna lose!
No, you misunderstand. You have lost. I have lost.
What? Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise. Damn it. Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first. Connie! Oh god. No. Where is she? Connie! 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 Huh? Wait. This is... white smoke.
And now, we have reached the safe ending. And that was a lot, and Snake went out like a champion. But now, with all of this knowledge primed, we can shoot straight for the truth. We can seek a way out. The true ending comes next. Our eyes open onto the crew class cabins for a final time. Something in our gut tells us this is the last time. We move forward in our hearts knowing something is crucially missing from our understanding of the events of the Nonori games. We solve the puzzle ensuring we meet up with the other players, we introduce ourselves, Ninth Man pulls his stunt and gets punished, and we decide to choose door 4 to go with Akane, Santa, and Lotus once again. There was something back then that seemed weird we didn't follow up on, no? If we speak to Santa, he tells us about the leaf words: hope, faith, love, and luck.
You know what I hate most in the world? I got 4 things: hope, faith, love, and luck.
Hope, faith, love, and luck?
Damn straight.
And you hate these things?
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Not really, but what does a bookmark have to do with any of that?
Well, see, each leaf on the four-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? And that meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like a flower language. Well, I guess it's not a flower, is it? So, leaf language, I guess? Yeah, you could call them leaf words.
Leaf words? Hope, faith, love, and luck. The meaning of the leaves on a 4-leaf clover.
So, yeah, I want you to take it, okay? Just touching it gives me the creeps. Take the damn thing, alright? Here.
Alright, sure. I'll take it.
Oh, man, I feel a lot better now. That thing was a real pain, you know?
Do you really hate those 4 words that much?
Yeah, well, they can all betray you, you know? Hope, faith, love, even your destiny.
We'll take the bookmark with the 4-leaf clover pattern on it this time. We also remember that he comments on him trying the stock market lately. We also follow back on Akane's theory about our surroundings and the Titanic having a cursed mummy aboard the ship. We then finish through and make our way to the kitchen, where we will have the conversation in the pantry with Akane about futility and automatic writing, and then make sure to listen to Akane's story about Ice 9 when we're locked in the freezer. Once we're through here and solve this puzzle, we can then meet up with everyone in the hospital room, where we split up and try to find the parts for the red. We lose track of Snake, but since of course we have experienced the safe ending, we know he's currently locked up in the coffin in the chapel, while his body double was killed by Ace with the Nice Man's bracelet. This time we're going to be heading through door 7 for the first time with 7 and Clover. Inside we find the operating room. Clover enters and screams. They catch up with her and find that a mannequin's on the table. Another argument breaks out between 7 and Clover, but Junpei interjects with the fact that they need to get out as fast as they can. We begin solving this puzzle by using our collective knowledge to find the total number of atoms in carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol. Using this we can unlock a chest. This and some color liquids to get the light refracted differently inside the beaker gives us fake body parts, which we can use in the final minigame, as we have 2 fake bodies, John and Lucy. In order to make their bodies balance weight-wise, we must swap each body part between John and Lucy, except for the heart. As Junpei leaves the chemical closet with Clover, he notices that 7 isn't following him. 7 tosses him a bottle of EDT, ethylene diamine tartrate.
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial-strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still, it looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
You remember something?
Yeah. Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as an industrial-strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They've been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. After it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like, man, how do you say it?
Like the molecules were communicating with one another. transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right?
Yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story, kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer.
What? The freezer?
Yeah, June told me.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold on. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Do you? Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice. That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Come on, the woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Huh?
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett. The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open when they saw what they did. Inside, they found a woman, or I guess you should say they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. She didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible. But there was one body that didn't thaw. And that was...
the girl in the coffin.
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month passed, and another. It was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. After a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did.
Alice has got to be somewhere on the ship.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Alright, tell me. What happened to Alice?
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain. You've heard that name before, right?
Lord Gordain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931. And apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However, what? Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine. So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez!
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
Junpei and Seven are about to leave the operating room, and they notice that Clover is not following them. Junpei goes back and finds her next to the mannequin, staring at it. She starts whispering that Snake might be dead and that she's next.
Oh yeah. It's in my pocket somewhere. Here it is. A 4-leaf clover. Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
What?
Oh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the 4-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship. It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see?
Like, think about this. This is John, right? But is he really John?
Huh?
Isn't this like Locke's socks? Or the ship of Theseus? You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
No?
Really? Okay, well pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
Well, I guess I'd patch it up. Get some cloth and close up the hole.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches. Until eventually, the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Well, that's tough. So, that's the Locke's socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts? Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now?
John's head and heart are both his. But apart from those, and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
We're just like these mannequins. Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die, and new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
Now, finishing the puzzle, we continue after meeting up with everyone through door 1, with Ace and Clover again. We enter the chart room and we find the pocket watch.
Oh, pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
Hey, man. What are you doing over in this room?
Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem?
Yeah, there is. You checked on us. Now get out of here. We split this stuff up for a reason, alright?
That's a lie. We didn't have to split up the work. I just want to talk to Clover alone. That's why I sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There's something I want to ask her. I don't want anyone to overhear us.
What was that about? Why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, no, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room? You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it. I promise. So, Junpei, who do you think did it?
Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who?
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
And who do you think it could be? What's wrong?
Well, I thought about it, and...
That's what I thought. Santa and Seven. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities? Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why not?
Clover eliminates the combinations with a 4 and 5 because they know that both of them are innocent, but she asks him if he's really not involved in Snake's murder. He asks her to cross off any combinations with 6, stating that June never kills Snake. Junpei then thinks about what 7 said about Snake being killed by at least 2 people. He concludes that only 2 people who would open door 3 with Snake would be Santa and 7. He tells Clover the combination and says that it was her theory, but she's confused as to why 7 wouldn't have killed her in the shower room if this was true.
I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kinda has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside of you? I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. And...
What did you just say?
Oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but... I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him. There's no way I was gonna see the details. Are you sure it was his left arm?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me!
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm. Clover? What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said anything...
Thank you.
Huh? What are you...
Thank you so much, Junpei.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy!
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his! It isn't my brother!
Huh?
It's not Snake!
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is... I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this. But he's still alive. I'm so happy. I'm so glad. Junpei, you were right.
Huh?
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
That's...
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this four-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
Oh, if you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Oh, did Santa really tell you those things?
Yeah, he did. Did I say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news, I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me. But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group. So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa, okay, time out. Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
Okay.
Alright, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Morphogenetic fields?
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The Nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the Nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the Nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Huh.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name.
Huh?
Her name was...
And just as we're about to get some more answers, Ace enters the room interrupting our conversation. He tells Junpei he'd like to speak with him in the wheelhouse. Once there, Ace takes the 2 and 6 papers from voting, revealing that Junpei manipulated her results. Ace says he doesn't care about the ruse since he still got to go through the door he wanted to, and then slips the pocket watch back into Junpei's pocket. When Junpei obtains the All Ice file, he looks through it hoping to find information, but neither he nor Ace can read it, as it's written in hieroglyphics. Suddenly, a keycard drops out of the file, and it reads Bottom Deck Library on it. Junpei suddenly realizes that this could be where Alice is kept and tells Ace everything he knows about her history regarding Ice 9 and Dashiell Gordain. Ace thinks for a bit and asks Junpei if he knows anything about CAS, the Cells Alive system. Apparently it's where the body is frozen using magnetic fields, leaving no time for ice crystals to form, safely preserving the frozen object. Ace suggests that Alice might have been frozen by CAS, and that she still might be alive. Even more bizarre, he goes on to say that Alice might have been the dead captain's murderer, as there was no way anyone had access to Door 1 before their group, and that Alice would know all of the secret passages on the ship. He then remembers what Seven told him about Gordain's message. Junpei then realizes the Uranus keycard will give him the answers about Alice. Now, after escaping the room, the three rush down the central staircase to meet up with the other players. An excited June told them that they found Door 9, and full of excitement, they rushed to the elevators.
Oh. No way. The 9 door. We're finally here. No doubt about it. This is Door 9. Oh, finally! This is the last... Junpei, look behind you. Behind? What? Why? A door and a 9. There's another one? Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here? There's a red there too. That means... And of course it won't open. Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors? Come to think of it. What is this room? It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. But what kind? Is that an altar? A coffin? No, it couldn't possibly be.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet. Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Huh?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
What the hell are you...
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders.
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
What?
3, 2, 1. See? I told you.
Huh? What? Why? What the hell is that?
The gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it!
All right, assholes. What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing's starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
That's it. It's the only way. Please, go.
Huh?
No way.
Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know. But you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of.
No, you can't! Ace, Lotus, don't come over! Don't worry about me, please!
Please. Go.
All right.
Fine.
All right, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The rag doesn't need a person, you know? All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again.
Fine.
Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. As soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Damn it.
Good. Go. Later.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Where is it coming from?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try! Damn it!
Man, it won't even budge.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something. Wait, what? What the hell was that? That voice?
Huh? What?
What's up?
Huh? Oh, nothing. One 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh, are those...
Huh. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. No way!
What?
Why are you...
Oh? Is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you.
Snake!
You? Why?
Junpei? And Seven? Is that you? Is everyone else there as well?
Oh. Jeez.
You're back!
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
Oh, you're back! You're back! You're really here! Oh, you're back!
I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you. At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape.
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, Seven, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the four of us.
Fine.
Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
So you did know I had it.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out. Let's try Snake, me, and Cap. If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 2.
It didn't open.
Cap's number must not be 2.
Then... let's try Snake, Clover, and... if this combination...
Nope.
Then the number...
Then... let's try 7, if this combination... Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Oh.
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is
9.
That seems the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up. Here, look.
List of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake? And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 and wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
What about it?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number... 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure. This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Oh, it's right there.
The room they find is huge and is piled to the roof with books on different subjects. While searching through the shelves, Junpei thinks about All Ice, since she should be in the library according to Dashiell Gordine's story. The group finds 3 pop-up picture books that stand out from the rest of the collection, and they also find 3 light bulbs scattered around in random places around the room. And while pondering what to do with them, they find a stand in the middle of the lower floor. After inserting the light bulbs into the machine and the books underneath the lights, there is a projection that says Sheldrake 5. This is, of course, calling back to Rupert Sheldrake as the author of the morphogenetic field theory. While Clover and 7 run off to find Sheldrake's volumes, Snake asks Junpei if he's heard of Sheldrake. Junpei says he has, as Lotus explained it to him back in the second-class cabin. Junpei also mentions that he'd heard tidbits of the morphogenetic field theory from both Lotus and Clover. With a sigh, Snake tells him that he told Clover not to reveal any information about the topic. A frustrated Junpei asks Snake to tell him everything about the experiment, and Snake grudgingly agrees.
I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards?
No, only 1.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. It's a threat on our lives.
Oh. Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Yeah.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us. No matter what the situation was.
Hey, Snake?
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment?
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she? At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
is who did this and why, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division. Musashido was their majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonori Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah,
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. and then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began. By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise, children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped. There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found. and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Huh.
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon.
Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you.
Hmm?
Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi. The sister's name was... Her name was Akane. That was the girl who died.
Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? Then, who is June? No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, all right? I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
After solving the puzzle, they find a passageway to the study behind a wall of books. We then enter into the study. This was used by Zero as a laboratory. It is a small room with metal plates on the walls. As soon as they go through it, the door slams shut behind them and locks. Everyone except Snake is daunted by the mess of the room and complain about having to find the Neptune key and all the piles of junk. After completing the wheel puzzle and the Morse code puzzle, the group finds a coffin behind the shutter in the room. Junpei and Seven are scared by seeing this, thinking that all ice is inside. However, upon opening it, they find nothing but the Neptune key and the coffin emblem, which relieves them. After Junpei inserts the 4 emblems onto the computer scanner, the drawer opens up. A faded picture is inside, showing 4 men celebrating on it. Junpei recognizes 3 of them: the captain, the 9th man, and Ace. Junpei looks closer at the picture and realizes they must have been someone close, because they're all smiling together. Snake asks him to look for the date the picture was taken, and on the back it says, "Praying for the success for the Nonary project with Nijisaki, Kubota, and Mushishido."
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
What's... Ah, of course. I understand now. Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is the Hongo?
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada. But Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
Hongo Kubota. Nijisaki Musashiro. Hongo Kubota. Nijisaki Musashiro. Hongo Kubota Nijisaki Musashiro.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet. I'm this close to remembering. This close. My memory's back! I remember what happened before I got snatched!
What?
Let me tell you what happened. Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo. From the right, the other three are Musashido, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashido was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man. And Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, all right?
Short version. Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though. I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, because I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common. A history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. And my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
So I headed to the wharf. In the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement here. Men in black suits, many of them were carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one would find you for a week. Now what you want? The fish you would love a meal.
I kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. And suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle. A drug. That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it! Shit, my head hurts. I did a quick once-over of the room. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. Huh. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold on. Why are there kids here? But then when my inside man told me, it popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. Then... Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside. The first bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly. Wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then there was a voice. What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news. Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror, and all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top, and there had to be about 9 walls, all the same size. Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were, the kids I'd been searching for. They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent, for the moment, from surprise and fear. Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually. Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kinda cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes. Now let's back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there! I'm gonna be right back!
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I tried to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, alright? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of it, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator. Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done. Alright, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right!
Huh. Wait a sec. Something's wrong. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said!
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining when...
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
The wall shook a bit from the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. First one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Yeah! It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope. Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the duct behind me.
No! No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. He was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me. I went to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. The plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there...
Yeah, that's not good.
That meant we better. We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. Up and up and up. Feet pounding the steps. Our arms pumping fast. Round. The devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings, and the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid sister. The girl with the red necktie.
Akane. That's strange. I didn't remember seeing that on the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Maybe we outran her.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too. So did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go.
Hey kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait!
I don't think the kid even heard me. Fuck! I spun around to the boy in the jacket, and the girl with the ponytail.
I'm going after him. You two keep going, alright? Got it?
The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. But the boy...
I'm going with you.
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me. He ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
We heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Akane!
My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him, into the incinerator.
Ah!
Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. Then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But...
Ah! Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
The voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing!
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please help me! I'm really scared! I don't want to die, please! I don't want to die!
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise!
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
What happened then?
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something... burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki. You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective. Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Well, I guess I believe you. Alright, let me ask you another question. Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother. But I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother? There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like, a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man, what kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack.
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonori Project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone. If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
The person who planned the Nonori Project.
In other words, Ace.
Let's go! What the hell is going on? What's wrong? Are you okay?
Jumpy, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
Santa.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Ace.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
You have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that,
Good question.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go. First is 1. Give me your hand. 8. And with this, 9.
The ninth man. Kubota's bracelet.
I believe I've won this game. I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is. What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait! What? Why isn't it opening? One more time. Now open! No! What is this? Why? That digital root should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening? Now! No!
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it. Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass.
Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right, we'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital root, which means that number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota. But he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid. But his presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead.
Then you mean to say Snake is still alive?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle. Which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took, and then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace. Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it. But why?
Because of this.
What's with the paper?
Just read it.
Let's see. Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning, then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh? My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh? Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's 2 things you got wrong. Number 1, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say 2 things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said, all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened, but that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For 2 organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were 2 separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed in the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nichisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
Freeze. Get up.
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true. Come on, over here! Come on, hurry up!
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment? I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday. I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends. Now don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors!
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
I think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator. And that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
No! Help me!
Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
Did I drop Jumpy's present? There it is!
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back. Come with me. We must continue the experiment. I said, come with me.
No! Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
Help me! Somebody help me!
Akane! Akane!
You came back!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
Help me! What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where'd Han go?
He went out the other door!
What?
Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What the hell is that?
What is that?
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
What is this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
Do you think that if we solve this puzzle...
The incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
Incineration will begin in 13 minutes.
Hey, what are you doing? Don't know what to do. It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
Help me! Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! 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 Please! Help me! Jumpy!
Akane?
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up! Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something! Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy? Jumpy!
Akane!
Jumpy!
Akane! Akane!
Yes, I am! How did you know?
Right. There's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
Got it!
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
Jumpy!
Yeah, I know! Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
What are you...
Just trust me, okay? Just think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
Yes, that's it! Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did! I solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did! Now I just have to press enter!
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Okay, I will!
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
Jumpy! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Whew. Akane! Sorry, but things are kinda busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Oh, of course! That's fine!
Now.
Junpei, are you...
Okay?
Ah, shut it!
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run! Quick! Verify your numbers on the red!
Verify? Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes! Go, go, go!
Looks like we made it, huh?
Akane? Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Akane!
Oi! Oh, oi!
Akane!
Let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
Then how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there. B, C, D, etc.
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same. So, I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16.
H is 17, I is 18, J is 19.
K is 20, L is 21, M is 22.
N is 23, O is 24, P is 25.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Q.
26!
And what does that mean?
There wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q! A fucking lowercase q!
Yep, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27. All right, I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes! We're finally here!
Please do.
It's over.
Yeah!
No way.
What?
It can't be.
This is...
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
the mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q. Akane.
Jumpy!
okay?
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
How does it look then?
Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does that even mean? Ow, 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 ow.
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
Why don't you drive, 7?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
What the hell are you doing?
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me! You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me?
Yeah, I guess I could've.
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Because of what they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, you mean the bunnies.
Yeah, the bunnies. They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I...
Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get. Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Guitaro Hungo. Why did he create the Nonary Project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Hey, were you listening to us? Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes, if you want to put it simply. But if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness...
All right, so what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when I finally slipped up. And during the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Bourdain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature? What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Madrigora, of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Soparu. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is a for you doll. His name is Junpei.
Jumpy, are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
You know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much? I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then?
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this, it me. So we always together.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy. Oh, Jumpy, I'll never forget you. I promise.
I'll never forget you either.
nobody next to the road.
What?
And that is the end of the story, but we're not done here. There's 2 more episodes left to make this series fit with a whole theme of 9, and I do have enough things to talk about, believe it or not, to fill that space. This is one of my favorite stories of all time, and I'm sure you have many questions. I did when I first finished this back in 2010. Next time, we're going to be talking about the Q&A the director Kotaro Uchikoshi has held on this game, talking about and divulging on as many spoiler questions as possible, and talking about all the cool foreshadowings this game has in store. And then for the final episode, I'm going to be preparing a full audiobook of 999 Alterna, the Japanese exclusive novelization of the original game's plot that has been fan-translated. There are a lot of cool things this novelization brings to the table, and I want this explained series of 999 to be as comprehensive as possible. But until then, thank you for watching, and I'd love to hear what you guys think of this story. If you have any questions about the plot, I'll try to add it into the next part. Check you guys next time. Hello everyone, Ryan here, and a lot has definitely happened in the last few parts that we've now had enough time to really let the story sink in. This time I have something different planned. We're going to be talking about a lot of the spoilery details, so if it isn't obvious by the fact that this is part 8 in one of my Explained series, that means everything that has appeared before is on the table for discussion. There are quite a few things I want to independently talk about, but I think the first thing I want to talk with is the Q&A session that Kotaro Uchikoshi held after the release of the game, and was hosted on the series' official website for that time. This same thing happened for the sequel of this game, Virtue's Last Reward, but for now we're going to focus on the 999 Q&A. Now, I'm not going to run through absolutely every question here, as there's literally 74 of them, and some of them do not involve elements of the game's plot, which is the main focus of this video, but I definitely recommend reading these yourself, as they're all very interesting. The wonderful folks over helming the Zero Escape Wiki have compiled all of the questions and answers from this period. Huge thanks for the record-keeping side of this fandom, because it makes this all so much easier. With all of that said, let's dive into this. Question 3 states, where did Santa and June go after the true ending? And he answers, to be honest, it's possible that what went on in Building Q might have just been the prologue to an even larger scheme. If that was the case, then you could say that they were heading off to prepare the rest of their plan after the true ending. Which, if anything, is just a huge sequel tease. Question number 4 asks, given Gentaro Hongo's obvious instability, why was a loaded gun placed in the coffin? Whose use did Akane intend it for? Just Santa, since he was in on it? To which he gives the answer, Akane had seen everything through Junpei's eyes 9 years before. If she didn't recreate the situation exactly, then she wouldn't have been able to save herself as a child. That's the reason for the gun, and why it was loaded. So this brings me to a discussion I need to have for clarification's sake. We're going to double back on this in future answers, but no, when this game came out, some people didn't understand the mechanics of the time travel / projection that Akane used in the story, or the mechanics of the twist in general. The present of the story as we're led to believe it is the story we're seeing through Junpei's eyes, but the reveal is that really it is only one present, as we're experiencing the events through Junpei's eyes, through Akane's eyes. The present is Akane as we're in the incinerator, as she connects with Junpei 9 years in the future. She's seeing the game there, and thus knows how to make it if she's going to create the timeline where she will survive the incinerator. For her to survive the incinerator, she needs Junpei to be able to connect back with her. They need to mutually have that connection. So everything that happens within the story, minus the death of the 3 Cradle Pharmaceutical executives, as that was just some fun collateral damage that Akane can consider plausible deniability, since she manipulated Hongo into committing those murders, as she knew that he'd fear them ratting him out. That's a side tangent we'll get back to much later in the series, but aside from that, everything inside the Nonary game that Junpei goes through is solely and specifically in order to create this moment. The other players are here first and foremost because Akane saw them here. All of this is what is known as a bootstrap paradox. Honestly, one of my favorite thought experiments. It is an event that has no origin, because through the fragility of temporal space, an event is created, but only because the event has been created to make the event happen in the first place. To make this simple, we'll use the variables we already know from the game's story. Young Akane lives up to the point where she's thrown into the incinerator. Inside, she sees the events of 9 years in the future take place, and because of that information she's seen, she's able to recreate those events down to the T 9 years later. And because she's done so, it guarantees her success, as she would have needed to live in order to recreate those events 9 years later. However, she would only have lived if Junpei was able to give her the answer, because she did live, and thus she was able to recreate the events 9 years in the future. Do you see the crux of the issue here? The answer of the puzzle is the paradox here. Did Junpei have it? Well, how could he have had it if the situation predicates on events 9 years before he ever gave the answer? This is a topic we're going to be following up on much later as well, but this brings to mind two concepts. First is the many worlds theory, or to put in simpler terms, the multiverse. This idea is a lot more palatable to people nowadays with big media franchises like the MCU bringing the concept to the layman, but we shouldn't even have to think if this game is vying into that territory because we've already seen alternate timelines play out, each one of those bad endings we've encountered along the way. And because of this, Junpei was able to access the morphogenetic field and grab answers from other timelines he had no business of having, such as the coffin password. Then there's the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment. It always comes back to you. Anyway, I've explained this probably like 3 times at this point on my channel, but just in case, I'll run through the thought experiment quick. Schrodinger's cat is a thought experiment that deals with quantum mechanics. The supposed cat is hypothetically placed inside a box with a bottle of poison, a Geiger counter connected to a source of radiation. If the Geiger counter detects a single trace of radioactivity, the glass of poison will be shattered, and the cat will die. When the box is sealed, the thought is that the cat is simultaneously both alive and dead until its fate can be observed, as there exists a near infinite amount of possibilities within. The first possible atom to decay could do so near immediately upon the sealing of the box, killing the cat instantly. Or you could be in the situation where you happen to continually avoid breaking the glass until the heat death of the universe. Because of the existence of multiple realities divorced by choice and separation of event, theoretically, one of those realities does exist, but we cannot confirm until we choose to observe it. Taking it back to Zero Escape terms, Akane is the cat. She's locked in the sealed box, being the incinerator, and until the moment of her death, she does or does not pass. She's considered both alive and dead simultaneously. Now wait, hold on, you say. There's been evidence that she's been alive in the future, you say. We've experienced meeting her 9 years older, and we've seen her pretty consistently throughout the game, you say. I'll just say that we'll come back to this, but right now let's run with the idea that Akane was much like ourselves playing the game. She's seeing the future, but not necessarily seeing just one future. She's seeing them all play out. She's searching for the timeline that guarantees her survival. The next question is going to go on a tiny side tangent, but I feel like it's necessary to cover. Question 5 reads, the characters and plot are really well done in this game. I was just curious as to how you developed them all so well. What do you work on first, plot or characters? Do you know when they're complete? Where do you draw inspiration from? For me, I first start by creating a rough draft of the characters' personalities. Then I make a sort of rough draft of the setting. Next, I figure out the twist for the story and work toward that by coming up with a plot that fits the particular twist perfectly. So the twist comes first, basically. Of course, the characters and the setting that I come up with early on almost always end up drastically changed. I write a rough draft, then I draw a line, then erase my rough draft, then draw a new line. It's just that process over and over. I don't know when it's done until I finish writing the whole script. I always write my stories thinking, I wonder what's going to happen to these guys afterwards. Overall, I don't change the twist, but I will change the story a lot to get to it. So as far as inspiration goes, all that I can say is it mostly comes from me while I'm writing my drafts. I believe that when I concentrate very hard on writing, all of my worldly thoughts just go away. So perhaps that has something to do with it. Also, this particular idea is in a game as well, but I need some danger to have that moment of clarity and inspiration. The closer I get to a deadline, the more I think, crap, the deadline's coming up. And that helps me come up with great ideas. So I'll try to work myself into a corner like that, and I also have the product manager and the other people on the team to help me out by getting me into that mode of thinking. So, this question here, amongst everything, was probably the most singular important that I've ever experienced. This is how I write, and it was solely because this question and answer unlocked my brain to that possibility. Stories for me from the day that I read this changed just like that. I wanted to highlight this and the chance that it could do something similar for someone else. But this is why I create stories, and it is so insane to see how important a moment that this was for me, and see it still resonate so strongly. Question 7 then reads, why was Lotus in the second Nonary game and not Nona? And Uchikoshi responds, I mentioned this earlier, but Akane's intent was to reenact the future she saw through Junpei's eyes. She saw Lotus, so she chose Lotus to be part of the second Nonary game. If you don't care for that answer, then you can think of it as she needed Lotus in order to solve the puzzle in the laboratory room. He goes on to the next answer to dive a little deeper to say that Lotus is currently supporting herself as a freelance programmer and dresses like a dancer because she likes to. Her hobby is to belly dance, so she likes to dress in more freeing clothing. Question 9 reads, so June's watch was really 9 and Santa's was 0? Why did his watch show 3? Even if his 3 is really E, that would mean his number was 6. E equals 15 in hexadecimal, and then 1 plus 5 equals 6. And Uchikoshi responds, originally I was thinking of making it E stands for empty, so E equals 0 in the scenario, but it felt forced and I didn't want people to think that, so I cut that part out. By the way, in hexadecimal E is 14, and the digital root would be 5. So there's a point about this that I want to touch on that is some extra cool foreshadowing. It's such a cool moment that when you realize that Aoi always goes with Akane through the doors, but do you want 2 really cool moments to go, oh shit, to? So, the Nintendo DS version of 999 had 2 cover arts. One that originally came out over here, and the second which was updated after the release of Virtue's Last Reward to denote it as part 1 of the Zero Escape series. Now, this second art, which I love so much more, has a secret if you flip it upside down. Obviously, 999 when flipped upside down gives you the mark of the beast, but it then reveals Akane's bracelet as 9. Now, in-game they use the logic that Akane's bracelet is 0 and Santa's is 9, which makes sense if Akane is 0, as in the orchestrator of events, but there is merit to Santa's 3 equaling E and Akane's 6 equals 9. I like both ideas, so I like that it's brought up here. Second and simpler is Aoi and Akane are the only 2 people who have bracelets over sleeves. A sort of subtle implication that no matter what, they are free from the consequence of the threat of the game as its orchestrators. Question 13 dives deeper into the explanation I was giving around the situation surrounding Akane and the incinerator. It reads, what exactly is the true ending all about? How can June/Akane be alive during the Nonary game, yet dead from 9 years earlier? And why is the final puzzle upside down? Is it supposed to be as if you're seeing the last puzzle from Akane's perspective? I get a lot of these quoted questions in Japan too, but I want you to think about it from another perspective. If, hypothetically, the story in 999 is about Akane dying 9 years ago, and Santa coming up with the whole plan to save his sister's life, then what happens if Junpei does save Akane 9 years in the past? Does she suddenly materialize in front of everyone? Or will she just appear in some remote location? Wouldn't that be even stranger? If that happened, then what was she doing during the 9 years since the first Nonary game? It seems to me that she would have had to exist somewhere, Then it's only natural for her to exist in Building Q, don't you think? In fact, don't you think it makes a lot more sense if that's the case? Let's say that right now, you discover how to access the past, and you save a kitten that was supposed to have been run over by a truck. That kitten would be alive an hour ago, even 2 hours ago, right? I mean, you saved it 3 days ago. That's what I was trying to portray. Now, in regard to your question about the last puzzle being upside down, my thinking was that the top screen was the future and the bottom screen was the past. So if you solve the puzzle on the top screen, that means that Junpei single-handedly solved the puzzle in the future. That's what I was trying to portray. We're still going to touch more on the topic of Akane's existence in the future, don't you worry, I haven't forgotten that tack. We're going to keep that for a second still, as question 14 moves on to the topic of All Ice. Why did they put All Ice, Alice, at the end of that real ending like that? Also, why wasn't there a cool CG with Junpei and Akane at the end? Was she really Alice? How do you know? We never show a real picture of Alice in the game. There's an image of her, but that was only what Junpei imagined her to look like when he heard the cool story about All Ice. Or perhaps that was an image of how Alice as Akane knew her? You could say that perhaps the image was sent by Akane to Junpei's brain. If that was the case, then what is the physical appearance of Alice that Akane knew? Pretty intriguing, right? Whatever the case, it means that Alice was a person who actually existed. In order to get that across, I decided to have her show up in the ending. As to why there isn't a picture at the end of Junpei and Akane, regardless of the reasons, Akane was the mastermind, and her scheme led to the deaths of at least a few people. How could she show her face to them after doing all of that? That's why she's hiding. Also, I mentioned earlier that she had been gone to prepare for the larger things she had planned. Again, we are getting some more breadcrumbs to the sequel story will be, so we're going to tuck that away for later. Question 15 goes more into Akane's character, reading, why is June such a sadist? She places bombs in the Ninth Man and Nagisa Nijisaki. Nagisa Nijisaki is one of the people who killed her in an alternate history. She's the sort of woman who will do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. Even though she seems like a nice girl, she's always plotting rather cold things. She'd easily kill someone if she needed to. Her personality is a result of what happened to her 9 years before. Perhaps there are things that happened on that ship that couldn't be shown in the actual game. So, here is one of my favorite discussion points of the entire game. The morality of Akane Kurashige is so fascinating. Uchikoshi has said that she's his favorite character in anything he's ever written, and that's true to this day, and I find it very easy to see why. Akane is so complex. She's a young girl who simply wants to live, and that's a motivation anybody can relate with given her situation. But she has done some reprehensible things. Everything in the Nonary games of the future is directly because she and Aoi have specifically engineered it to happen. Aoi himself has doubted their mission. Do you remember his Two Santas story? Let's listen to that again.
Oh, it's...
Santa?
What are you looking at?
It's a photo. It's my sister.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
She was only about an inch tall then? Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch. Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
I was her Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
Have you ever heard the story of the two Santa Clauses? It goes that a long time ago, there were two Santas. One of them wore white, and the other one wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids, and the black Santa played tricks on bad kids. They went on like that for a while, but eventually the black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse. Pretty soon, the white Santa couldn't stand it anymore, and he stabbed the black Santa to death. When he stabbed the other Santa, the white Santa got blood all over his clothes, and that's why, these days, his clothes are red. You could say that red is all that's left of the black Santa. I wonder which Santa I am, the white Santa or the black Santa.
Oh.
All right, let's go.
When Santa asks which Santa he is not being coy about the fact that they shared a name. He's seriously at war within himself over the things he's doing. He's working to save his sister, the White Santa, but he's trapped the players of the game and the other Cradle members in-game from that. His recollection killed his sister, or didn't, but had the threat to, depending on which timeline. He's had to orchestrate, lie, and do so much that he wonders if he's gone from the White Santa to the Black. or if he's the white Santa that's killed the black to become the red, which honestly sounds the most true to the situation. The good Santa who does bad to prevent bad. And then on another tack is how manipulative Akane is. It's a very common thing to notice how much Akane flirts with Junpei over the course of the game. I specifically chose the ending orders I did, so I believe the story is engineered to develop intrigue with Akane, and you follow up on Junpei's urge to want to protect her. The door choices start off with basically, do you go with Akane or do you ignore her? Obviously, freedom means there will always be variables, but I would like to assume that most players are geared toward going with Akane on their first playthrough, because they want to know either more about why someone Junpei knows is here, senses some romantic tension between them two, something she's apt to follow up on and reward the player and Junpei for, because this leads to the game's knife ending, which I consider to be the best first ending to get, but ultimately it also leads to the true ending that guarantees her survival. And let's be honest, you thought it was weird that given all of this, after not seeing Akane for 9 years, the first thing she chooses to do when they clear the air is to start to tease him about how many guys she's been with, then immediately after is quick to relieve Junpei of his worries by saying she's been with no guys? Or the elevator conversation, where Akane is too innocent uwu to realize that she's dropping more innuendos than the weight of the Titanic itself. No. This idea of June is perfectly created in order to create the future that guarantees her survival. What are one of the requirements for that timeline again? Junpei has to connect with her, and he needs to save her. Sure, if he learned the girl he had a crush on 9 years ago is in danger, he'd maybe do something to help. Junpei is generally a good guy who would step in to help someone, but think of this from the lens of someone who's on death's door. Think of this from the lens of a 12-year-old who is on death's door. She needs to guarantee that he'll be there. She needs to stoke that fire and make sure this is the most important thing he needs to do. And of course, this also leads to the pseudoscience. Before I go on that tack though, I want to make one thing clear. Just because I say Akane is a manipulative mastermind, does not mean that I don't think she doesn't care for Junpei. I think it is very clear that she does have very deep feelings for Junpei, and were circumstances of her life different, she would happily follow them to their natural conclusion. However, she does not have that opportunity, at least yet. She was put into a horrifying, terrible situation where her only choice is to die or to do whatever she can to survive. However, doing so means she'll need to make a lot of difficult choices, and this pretty much guarantees the number of people who truly know what she's thinking behind the mask will be few and far between. You'd be hard-pressed to find someone who fully understands the truth of Akane outside of Aoi. Now, back to the pseudoscience. One common criticism of Uchikoshi's writing style is that characters will forgo the danger of the current situation they're in to give you a physics or philosophy lesson, and act as serious throughout it as anything else. Honestly, I'm a sucker for these, so I welcome them in troves whenever they come, because I love these as branching paths for further self-learning on things I'd tangentially heard of, or even never heard of before. I just think it's cool, applies for a lot of it. But there is actually a legitimate reason for why these are here in most cases. Junpei is a staunchly skeptic kind of character to anything supernatural or otherwise wacky. He's a pretty general layman, and given this, asking someone like this to fully accept not only the existence of multiple timelines, but also that you can access an invisible field that psychic people can communicate information to loved ones, and also you have to use that invisible field to send a children's puzzle back 9 years in the past to save the girl you once had a crush on in grade school. Yeah, that's not going to go well in any timeline. Except for the timeline where Akane goes out of her way to introduce various supernatural stories about how haunted the Titanic is, how some people are able to communicate with their past selves on having died on the Titanic, how different comparisons to Ice-9 and glycerin molecules act, which is sort of like this really important thing in the human brain with the morphogenetic field. It's all to get Junpei at least thinking about the topics, so that when he has the experience himself, when he remembers the coffin password and the true ending, he doesn't just immediately shrug it off like nothing happened or, oh, that was weird. They need him to consider, to act on his suspicion, all fed to him in every conversation that ends as another straw in the ultimate haystack. Of course, this being just for Akane and Aoi, but when other characters do it, being Seven, Lotus, and Clover, well, these are a bit special cases. Lotus is a case of a person who is knowledgeable about these things, and the circumstances of the Nonori games helped prompt the topic for conversation, but she's definitely on the other side of the scale, being a full skeptic. When she brings up the story of the morphogenetic fields, she reveals that she's just fucking around. She thinks it's an interesting point of conversation, but doesn't subscribe to the pseudoscience of it one bit. She's a facts and logic kind of girl. Which this, funnily enough, shows in the true ending when everybody else is locked into what's going on, and she's all, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Clover is interesting because she's fully in tune with the events of Morphic Resonance, as she was one of the people who experienced and survived the previous Nonori game. Although she is told by Snake not to tell anyone else this information for fear of Zero killing them. But en route we're able to gain Clover's trust, and the realization that Snake isn't the one who was dead behind door 3 shows she's more comfortable with sharing that information about the previous game. At least until Hongo comes to interrupt us and he has more than enough reason to. 7 is the odd one out of this, as he does have knowledge of the experiment, being the detective who investigated it. Though the course of the game he has amnesia. Maybe. The ending makes this a bit more interesting a topic of conversation, but we're going to stick attacking that for later and just move on to the next question. Question 19 reads, was Akane or June phasing in and out of reality when she had headaches? I was at a loss to understand how she could have existed if she had died in the past. And the answer is, I guess this is the exact opposite of what was asked in question 13. Yes, you're right. If she was dead in the past, that means she didn't exist in the present. So her headaches were there to show you that you were approaching a past that couldn't exist. So we finally take one of those tacks out. Yes, each of those times when Akane was feeling ill, something easily able to write off as her just being a sensitive, little, fragile little girl who doesn't like blood and violence is actually depth to her character, in that this only happens on endings that aren't the true route. The box is being open, and it's being more and more clear that Akane really did die 9 years ago. And if that is the case, then she can't have possibly existed here in the future. Given that, she falls ill, and eventually, as we see in the safe ending, vanishes completely. This is why the alternate name for this ending is the Zero Lost ending. She's dead, and the timeline has corrected this fact. Question 22 asks more about who killed us during the submarine ending, and Uchi makes it clear that it was Ace in this ending, and Lotus's missing bracelet was supposed to be a hint toward this. Ace's 1 to Kubota's 9 to Lotus's 8 makes 9 for escape through the number 9 door. This reveals that he was faking it when we found him in the hallway. The next question is interesting. Question 24 asks, why did 7, Snake, and even Santa insist that Akane had died 9 years before, yet she was clearly there the entire time? He says, Santa lied about her death in order to save her. Since Snake was on the ship too, we can assume that he knew the truth about Akane's death as well. If we are going to believe that 7 didn't lie, then we can assume that a fake memory was implanted in his mind somehow. If I tried to explain that in the story though, I was worried people would think I was just coming up with random excuses, so I left it up to the player's interpretation. If it makes more sense to say that both Snake and 7 were in on the plot with Santa and lied to move things along, I'm totally fine with that. This goes to the point I was saying earlier. 7's amnesia is an interesting point, because it is entirely plausible that this was a ploy, considering that his amnesia clears up at some pretty convenient times to give Junpei the exact information he needs when he asks the right questions, or plays along to certain explanations. This would also give credence as to why he would entertain conversations about the crystallization of glycerin or extra saint detergents. I personally headcanon 7 as a willing participant along with 7, but there are details about this that we won't be able to talk about until much later. Since Clover was not on the ship, she does not have any extra information. 7 would lie about Hongo's identity or Akane's death. Question 25 reads, did they ever catch up to Akane and Aoi in the end? And Uchikoshi says, nope, they didn't. Junpei goes on to spend the rest of his life chasing after her. There's another question getting into the specifics of the bootstrap paradox, and for the parts that were handled in other answers, Uchi directly relates those specifically. But question number 29 reads, this is about the scene where June connected with Junpei of 9 years in the future. Can I safely assume that the world Junpei is in is a future where June is saved from the incinerator, and that 9 years later June became Zero to prevent a time paradox? And Uchi responds, she herself stated at one point that she is less than 0 9 years ago. That's exactly right. And for some quick clarification on what happened to the future Akane during all of this, from question 31. In the incinerator, Junpei of the present accessed Akane of the past and saved her. The current Akane/June snuck out while Junpei and the rest weren't looking, and she disappeared before the door was locked. Question 35 goes into some detail regarding Lotus's children. Who is Nona's twin? Both she and Nona seem important. Since Nona means 9 and Nona has a twin, there's gotta be another spinoff at least. Originally, I intended for Nona's twin to be named Enya, so both their names would technically be 9. In regards to them appearing in a sequel, I'm not sure. I guess if we get many requests like that, it would be possible. Now, to let you down gently, Enya does not appear in any fashion after this interview, with one exception we'll talk about next time, but it's good to have a name. Question 36 reads, if both Aoi and Akane are in the ship, and they are both transmitters, then who's the 9th person that should be Akane's replacement in the Nevada building? Is he or she the only one that doesn't have siblings, and supposed to be Akane's receiver? Of course, there was a girl who took Akane's place. There was some confusion, and the two of them were swapped. That would have meant that Building Q in Nevada, there were 2 sisters in the same location. So far as Akane in receiving, she was especially good at sending, but that didn't mean that she could only send. She has the ability to receive as well. All of the children have both. Some were just better at one than the other. Question 39 goes to talk about Hongo in the ending. Why was Ace allowed to live in the end while his cohorts were killed? He seems to be the biggest monster. Uchi responds, I think it was because he was the person she felt the most animosity towards. Because there was so much hatred towards him, she didn't want to let him die that easily. She wanted him to admit his sins and either be judged legally, or even just wanted him to admit his faults in public. That is what I believe Akane and Santa's motives were. If the people involved all died, then the truth would have been lost. I believe they wanted everyone to know about the horrific event they'd been forced to take part in. Question 41 turns to the 9th man. Teruaki Kubota, number 9, the 9th man. Who was he? Or to be more precise, I suppose, what kind of person was he? Is he the reason the submarine was there, for instance? Is the reason why he was such a hurry to get through door 5 alone was because he intended to confess? Was there any particular reason why he was part of our main group instead of the other 2? Teruaki Kubota was the only person who was a coward and went crazy and exploded to death. That personality is why he was chosen as the 9th member. Of course, the most important thing was for Akane to recreate what happened 9 years ago. Kubota has nothing to do with the submarine. It is believed that the submarine was already there when Ace, Gantaro, purchased the ship from Gourdain. There was a submarine in the building in Nevada, so the Building Q would be an exact replica of that ship. Then we get into an interesting topic, as you may have wondered what that get-up Snake was in when we rescued him from the coffin. Question 44 reads, what did the robe that Snake was wearing after you rescued him out of the coffin mean? And what did the flags next to the coffin mean? Well, we sort of made Nagisa Nijisaki wear Snake's clothes. I believe the only other thing he could have worn were the ceremonial clothes in Building Q. I think Akane and Celta felt bad that they made Snake naked. As a side note, that ceremonial outfit belonged to Gourdain. Back in the day, he and his friends were conducting strange ceremonies in the incinerator. As another side note, the nonary game wasn't Gintaro's idea, it was Gourdain's. He would take young Englishmen who had accumulated massive debts and force them to play games on the ship. He would enjoy the show with his millionaire friends, and they'd bet money on who would survive. All the losers were burned in the incinerator as a sacrifice during the ceremony. After many years of this, Gourdain died of old age, but the games continued. In the final game, Gintaro was abducted and forced to participate. He was victorious, and felt that if he could win the game, he could come up with a better one. He told Gourdain's successor and his fellow millionaires as such. They decided it sounded interesting and told him to do it. That was when he held the nonary game that happened 9 years before 999. Of course, Gintaro's true intention was to test the theory of morphogenetic fields, but that's the story behind the nonary game. He inherited the ship from the millionaires and hosted the game. That was how he got all the funding as well. In other words, there were millionaires watching the game 9 years before 999 and placing bets on who would live and who would die. Yes, they were truly rotten people. That was also when Gintaro found the mandrake root in the coffin. He used that root to create the drug, Soparol, that made him a millionaire. Ooh, so this is interesting lore. So, Dashiell Gourdain is the one we heard slightly about in the main game. The nonary games originated as a sort of different style of death games, in a sort of historic cult-like idea that sprung from fanaticism over the Titanic, and the culture that pervades, with the nonary games as we now know them being an evolution and reward for Hongo for completing his. Question 52 then swaps back to talking about some of the character names. Lotus and Seven. All the other characters had their real names revealed by the end of the game. I guess this is a minor detail, but it'd be nice to know. What are Lotus and Seven's real names? Uchi responds, in the Japanese version, Lotus's name is revealed to be Kashiwabara. It's revealed in the torture room. Her first name wasn't revealed in the game. but I was thinking it'd probably be Hazuki. Hazuki means August in Old Japanese. Her ex-husband was named Ichiro. Ichiro means firstborn son in Japanese. So that gives you 1, and then the 8 from August gives you 9. That's why her twins are named Nona and Enya. 7, though, I didn't really give him a name. Talking about a hypothetical sequel to 999's story, we have question 53. If there was going to be a sequel, would it be a direct one, or one set in a different timeline, like future or past, or alternate universe, or different place altogether? Uchi responds, if there were to be one, I would come up with completely different characters, and then mix in some of the characters from 999 and build a story from that. Of course, the setting will be them being stuck in a room they can't get out of. Storyline would be after the events of 999. Of course, this is all hypothetical. Next one's just for funsies, but question 54 reads, supposing that Junpei and the Ninth Man actually had code names for themselves like the rest of the characters, what would they probably have been? Well, since Junpei's number is 5, I would have called him Hand, because of the 5 fingers on a hand. Or Star, since a star is 5 points. Or maybe Penta from Pentagon? As for the Ninth Man, that'd be hard. Maybe Pigeon? In kanji, pigeon would be the number 9 plus the kanji for bird. Question 56 actually brings up a bit of a plot hole concerning the bottom screen, or the novel view being Akane's POV. I'd heard the bottom screen represents Akane's perspective of the Nonary game in the past, when Junpei finds the keycards with the photographs in the cargo room. They're of the current Nonary game participants. This would be impossible if it was still Akane's perspective, as it shows the participants of Junpei's time. Is the inventory the only exception to the Akane perspective idea? Very sharp. That was something that was pointed out by my debugging staff. Sorry, if you could make an exception and just say this was something Akane saw through Junpei's eyes, that'd be great. This reaction to something like this is very funny, and similarly how I handle when I get too caught up in my ideas and something slips through the cracks. It's sort of refreshing seeing a creative respond to criticism in such a healthy and kind of funny way. Question 62 alludes to something I want to bring up later. How did Seven get his scars? He didn't have them during the flashback sequences. He got them in an incident that took place after the first Nonary game 9 years before. He was battling against a particular powerful global organization. Interesting. Question 65 goes into the logistics of Akane and Aoi's plans. How did Jun and Santa manage to pull off staging the second Nonary game in the first place? How did they manage to finance it, reset, refurbish, use the facility, kidnap such big important people all on their own? I get the why of it all. It's just the how that doesn't really add up for me. And as a side note, just to be clear, was Jun just acting innocent, or was she actually a much more ruthless person than she portrayed to everyone else? Well, the 12-year-old Akane saw through the eyes of Junpei 9 years in the future that Cradle Pharmaceutical would suddenly become a huge company. She told her brother Aoi to buy stock in Cradle Pharmaceutical when they were cheap. So they made a ton of money when it eventually listed on the stock exchange. They took that money and invested in other stocks and increased their fortune. Before long, they were millionaires and eventually formed an organization to help with the execution of their plans. It wasn't just the two of them doing everything. They had dozens of underlings working for them. Santa buying stocks is mentioned in the game itself as well. Question 66 then asks, how did Clover know the number discovered from the Truth Is Gone riddle was for the safe in the piano room behind door 5? She didn't go through door 5, and none of the 3 people who went through door 5 told her about it. Also, is there any significance for the 8-digit combination number for the coffin? She found a note that Kagachika Musashido had written when he was alive in the captain's room. She learned about the safe in the piano room from him. As far as the meaning behind the numbers, I haven't really told anyone in any other interviews, so I'm going to make this just between us. If you take the number at 14383421 and multiply it by 9, you get 129450789. What do all those numbers mean? I'll leave that up to your interpretation. So this is a cool detail, but the coffin password is the true order number of the bracelet numbers divided by 9. It's so cool. Question 69, nice, asks, does Junpei realize Akane risked his life and the life of 6 others, not including her own, by setting up the second Nonary game? Or does he simply not care and loves her despite her selfishness? When he realized the truth, Junpei understood everything. That's why, in the game, we made sure that despite it all being completely planned out, he still had to save her. I suppose you can call it selfishness, but if Junpei didn't save her, then a 12-year-old girl will die. Junpei did have strong feelings for her, yes, but that wouldn't really matter. Even if it were just some stranger, Junpei would have saved her regardless. No matter how he might have been tricked, or put in danger, or murdered in alternative history, Junpei would have done the same thing. Question 73 goes back to the topic I was talking about with Akane's true nature and her method of manipulation. Is the June that Akane presents herself as during the game show how she really is, or is she really more like Ace, just acting and really kind of crazy? And also, it was implied that the group was going to meet up with June and Santa during the true end. I assume that means the group didn't hold any ill will towards June and Santa? Uchi answers, I guess we have a lot of these questions from the US. To be honest, I didn't get very many questions like this in Japan. Most of the questions in Japan are about Alice, or if Seven was lying. This is so interesting. I could have sworn I wrote, I, Akane, shall become Zero in the game. But there were a few people who really believed that Santa was Zero. Anyway, putting that aside, as far as how the other I feel about Akane and Santa, I'm sure they have pretty mixed feelings. It's true that bracelets didn't have detonators in them, nor were they actually implanted with bombs, but they were lied to. Still, they were lied to so they could save a 12-year-old girl. I feel they're in a situation where they want to hold grudges, but at the same time they really can't bring themselves to do it. And finally, we have a question going back to the very beginning of the story. Who kidnapped Junpei? I know it's Zero, but who is the person doing all the kidnappings? With Uchi answering, this is also something that not too many people know about, but the person wearing the gas mask was actually Akane. The kidnappings were done by her brother Santa, and as I mentioned in question 65, she had a number of people from her organization helping her out. Okay, and this is the end of the official 999 Q&A, and now we transition to the pieces of foreshadowing I want to talk about that the QA didn't highlight or otherwise cool details. Now, one point toward the Akane vision and the Nonary games puts it, when you're looking over the dead bodies of Kubota or Nijisaki, you get very interesting descriptions. Something that a 12-year-old kid would probably come up with. In regards to Nijisaki, the scene goes, it looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to shatter the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating it almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, the gray slacks. And in regards to Kubota, Junpei suspected the detonation had thrown him against the wall. Half of his face was crushed, and the other half was covered in blood. Most of his abdomen had been emptied, either by the explosion or by gravity. He had landed on his back, and stark white ribs jutted up out of his chest like the legs of some sort of macabre crab. Junpei felt something flip in his stomach. In the safe ending, the narration is actually interrupted when Hongo draws his gun and points it to Lotus's head. As the events of the future are happening so fast, the Akane of the past can't keep up. Additionally, in the original Nintendo DS version, as opposed to the Nonary game's release, a lot of the lore dumps involving Cradle Pharmaceutical and Soporo are relayed from Akane's memory, as she already knows them, versus us seeing the conversation of them telling Junpei about it. This is one of the concessions of the adventure view in the Nonary games, as these are more integrated into the dialogue in that version. It wasn't clear in the way that I presented it, but in the original DS version, the final puzzle has you turn your DS entirely upside down. As opposed to how the rest of the game is going, you're solving the puzzle and sending that information back to Akane in the past, versus Akane solving the puzzle in the past to send that information forward. Back in the shower room, we find Nijisaki's body, and we think it's Snake's. Santa talks about how the human body dies at 75 degrees centigrade after examining the thermostat. He says a human body could only get that hot if it was in the sauna too long or in an incinerator. And then he gets all pissy because Junpei has dismissed this as random trivia, and hardly even noticed that Santa's mood withered as he was talking about that. Mentioned before in my section about Akane using pseudoscience to get Junpei to believe in the supernatural position they're in, but the story Akane tells about William Stead is near identical to her own situation, except she's seeing it through his eyes instead of her own. When we're exploring the first-class cabin with Snake, there's a funny dialogue piece that I'm purposely hid to avoid drawing attention to it that alludes to Snake's real name, Light. When we examine the lamp in the room, well, at least we've got light. What? What the hell, man? It's just a light. Oh, of course. Going back to the 9th door, realizing it's actually a lowercase q might make a bit more sense if you take it from the Japanese POV. The word for 9 in Japanese is Q, which is pronounced just like the English letter Q. Since the announcement was being given orally, it makes the homophone easier to understand. In the English version, the rules are written on the braille notice that Snake has, so you can make the leap that Zero never vocalized that the final door was a 9. Another neat detail is the question of, why would Zero put a gun in the vicinity where Hongo could get outside of the intro of Akane saw it there, so there it must go. It's actually funny because it's kind of a series of microaggression against Hongo himself. The coffin is locked behind the puzzle that requires the player to sort the different characters by their headshots, i.e. their faces. Hongo was never going to be able to unlock the gun by himself because of his prosopagnosia. Now we get to the final puzzle, the Sudoku/password input. Obviously, I'm with the majority in that I much prefer it and the style of solving it in the DS version to the Nonary Games version. Now, I can understand the change as since 999's release, Sudoku was a much less common puzzle for the layman to understand back then. Nowadays, with how many puzzles are in the common sphere, Wordle, Connections, Sudoku, there are books upon books that are even advertised to children in how to do Sudoku. This defeats the purpose of Akane being forced to do this puzzle and her ability not to be able to solve it being the crux of the Nonary games of the future even happening in the first place. In the time that the game originally released, this made more sense. So even though I do think this puzzle is way inferior, I understand why it was adjusted, even though I think it's a much easier puzzle to solve, so I guess that maybe defeats the purpose. Anyways, I digress. Though I do like the idea with the added context, with the 9-year time gap, and with more and more people learning how to do Sudoku, just in the general layman's terms, more people in Junpei's time would know more about Sudoku and generally how to solve them. Akane is banking on this reality. And that is all the points that I wanted to specifically make comment on. There's way more detail here that is given extra meaning and context upon having knowledge of the full story, and I highly recommend you play this game yourself, even after you've gotten the story told to you through this series, as I guarantee you'll find something that turns that little light bulb on and gives new understanding to something. This is one of my favorite stories of all time. Every piece of this massive puzzle comes together so brilliantly, and it features such an absolutely amazing cast, such a mind-numbing plot twist, really good music, and it's so multi-dimensional that not even in the literal sense. Akane is such an interesting character, and I definitely intend to cover the other Zero Escape games to talk more about these characters and uncover more of the mysteries the story has in store for us. The next episode will be the final one of this series, rounding off to a nice, neat 9, and it is going to be a full audiobook rendition of the novelization's fan translation, 999 Alterna. That episode is going to take some time, understandably, so I will make more announcements when that is closer. But until then, I hope you all have a good day, and if you like the series, definitely let me know by checking out more of my stuff or giving me your thoughts down below. Check you guys next time.